Hey, hey, hey. It's Fat Ashbert and his friend RDV. How's it going, RDV? Welcome back to Late Night Comics.
Well, I was doing great till you did that. Now I'm scared. He's gonna eat me.
uh, no,
That's why.
I only eat
That's
tasty things.
true. That's why he skipped the last week because he decided he wanted to eat instead.
It's not a bad thing, really.
Letting me go to bed early. I know, right?
Hey, man, when you signed up for Late Night Comics, you forgo going to bed early.
See, I thought late
That's
night
your.
comics was gonna be like a funny thing, like comedians.
Oh well,
But they're stuck
that
with
that was the
us.
intention, but there's only us. Now, if you happen to know any comedians or anyone in the listening audience happens to know any comedians that can spice things up, give them our number. Aikman's looking for an out. So how you
I've
doing,
got
man?
one. Save it. I'm doing all right. Not as tired as I thought I was gonna be. Usually, I've been going to bed early, so by like 2 o'clock, I'm passing out. So we'll see. We'll play by ear.
Well, I'm
But
doing kind of tired, but I'm gonna pull through. Have you been watching any? Have you been watching any of the good new shows that everyone's talking about online?
good news shows. Show that just came back was Cobra Kai. I only got a 4 more episodes to watch, and I'm done with the season.
Oh, I need to dive into that. I haven't watched any of that, but I mean, with such stellar, amazing shows that everyone's talking about, like She-Hulk and Rings of Power, and I mean, who's got time for anything else?
I'll just say this for a show that it's that good of a show because it's basically I haven't watched Karate Kid 2 or 3 by choice.
You haven't?
Um, nope. But watching this show, you really kind of don't need to because they tell you who everybody is. They can't explain it.
Yeah,
And they,
you don't even need to see really the original to watch the show, but I
I
think
watched I watched the first one, so I understand the whole thing with Johnny stuff. Every time they introduce a character, there's a flashback to who that character is. We even get the girl from Karate Kid 3 this season, and they show explain who she is and connection to Silver and Danielson. Um, so you're getting it's like basically those who watched Ash versus Evil Dead, how they brought up to speed by showing you clips of the original movies. They're doing that with this in the TV show. So, and I gotta say, it's actually been pretty good. Um, you know, I'll say this though, it is kind of like a kids show a little bit. But it's more like family friendly. If I think about it, in the sense of like, I mean, I like Stargirl, but this is a little bit more vulgar than Stargirl. But it's still got that good, like that good storytelling. Now, if you're a person who doesn't like, their type of fighting style they do on this, I'll just tell you this much: better than watching Arrow. Stop and then fight again.
hmm,
I mean, obviously
interesting.
everything's choreographed in here. As far
How
as the kids.
how how is it comparing to season 4?
Uh, oh, Chosen's here. He was introduced in the last season. He's still around. He's got more of a major role in this.
No, but I mean,
In this,
is are you enjoying it as
I
much? Does
I
it feel like
I
it's
I think this is one of the better seasons. Like it feels like season 1 to me.
season 1 was
Uh,
my favorite season, but season 4, like I think might be my second favorite season.
if you're watching this for to see Crease, you gotta wait. Um, but Terry Silver does a phenomenal job as being the main villain, and just seeing a different side of Danielson now.
Can't
Uh,
believe you didn't watch the other Karate Kid movies. I'm really
well, we got into
much as you're enjoying this, and as much as you watch a lot of questionable movies, that just I
those
you're
questionable
right
movies
that
are better.
you don't need to, but like uh I think like the whole Japanese, like when they go when he goes back to Japan, if you've seen Karate Kid 2, I think that whole storyline has a lot more weight behind it. If you know, like, you don't need to follow the story, but
It
uh,
just looked very hokey to me. I saw parts of it. I just didn't care to watch on TV
it
or
is
beyond.
hokey. It's 80s. I mean, I'm not going to tell you
I
it's a
I
masterpiece
I
of cinema or
I
anything.
made I made it through the first movie, so
Dude, you just watched Hawk the Slayer. Movies
Hawk
don't
the
get much
Slayer.
more hokey
Hawk,
than Hawk the
are you
Slayer.
kidding me? Hawk the Slayer is better than Karate Kid.
Only because it has hokiness levels through the stratosphere. They found a way to just go so far beyond, and you're like, how did this movie even get made? I'm glad you liked it though. I remember talking to you about this a while back, and I was like, I don't know if this will be up your tea because you're not really like a fantasy guy, right? You don't really get into the whole sword and sorcery
Uh,
fantasy stuff.
it depends. I'm more like I watched Gore with Jack Palance, who's in that one too. I've watched watched that. I've watched Conan the Barbarian. Conan the Destroyer. Like, I'm more into that stuff. Lord of the Rings to me is just too long, and I just don't get into it. It's just kind of just boring to me. I don't know. But I mean, same with the what was the other one? The Witch in the Wardrobe, whatever that is. Stories they had going on.
Lion, the Witch, and
Or-
the Wardrobe.
Yeah, whatever that series from. That's from. I wasn't into
That
that.
was
Never into not into Harry Potter. Like, but I'll play games like Dragon Age and stuff like that. But as far as movies go, it's like I said, like few and far between. But I think the reason I get into some of it because I grew up with the '90s, watching a lot of the TV shows like Beastmaster and also some of
you
those like
only like the
Herogasm.
fantasy stuff if it's
Yeah.
hokey. If it's Beastmaster, Hawk the Slayer.
No, I
A
like it
movie
when
I
it's
bet you would like. Have you ever seen
I like it when it's
Kroll?
adult.
No, Kroll. Have you ever seen Kroll?
I've seen the one with Kevin Sorbo, but I think it's a different movie though.
No, no, it's called Kroll. And
I
he's got like this thing called the glaive. It's like a five-pointed star, and he like can throw it, and then he can control it and flies around.
I have not seen that one though.
Oh, you need to
No.
see Kroll.
I saw Call the Conqueror. Is that a different
Yeah,
one?
no, it's no, it's not Call the Conqueror. That's part of Robert E. Howard's
Okay.
universe.
Okay.
That's another Conan like thing. They sound similar, obviously, because one has an R and one doesn't. But no, Kroll is one of those movies. As a kid, when I was in the '80s, I'd visit my grandparents, and we didn't have like video on demand and stuff that we today. So they had HBO, and I was like, oh, so you could watch movies because that was before VCRs, right? And so being able to watch movies on TV was mind blowing. And so I'd visit them during the summer, and whatever was on the list, and one summer Kroll was on the list, just so they just played it like a couple times a day, and I would just watch it over and over and over. It's really hokey, but if you like Hawk the Slayer and Beastmaster, I mean, it's not going to be too bad for you.
Yeah, I mean, I watch Robin Hood movies. I watch, the First Knight, King Arthur stuff. I like that stuff, Arthurian. Trying to think what the other one I watched with the Sean Connery a long time ago. Probably one of Zardoz. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it was Zardoz.
I don't even think I've
You want?
seen Zardoz.
I
Speaking of
I wa-
Zardoz, let's say hello to some of the people here. HR Goes Vocal was the first person in the chat. So congratulations, HR. You get the award that we give out for that, which we'll give you later. Skip a second, and Nalo is third. There's an old friend of the channel I haven't seen in ages.
wait. Isn't it Homelander's turn to win this year?
Yeah, it could be. It very much could be. I don't know. I'll have to ask him. And Lord's also here, so good to see you guys. And anyone else who's lurking hasn't put it post in the chat yet. Good to see you guys. Sorry to interrupt you. I just realized we had kind of gone a little long without saying hello.
Yep.
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 Yep. So,
Hearing noise in the background. I wasn't sure if it was your dog barking, if it was someone over here.
oh man, we just have this whole improv thing is just not being carried today. So,
Improv.
you read the boys
So,
Herogasm.
yes, and I hear gasm myself while
Oh,
reading it.
that's too much
It wa-
information. That's way too much information. You know what we forgot to do? We forgot to do our comic book selection that we each read. We'll have to continue that next week.
All right.
Um,
Oh
speaking
no,
of
that's okay though. This is a lot of
it is.
stuff. You know.
Oh, and Rania just joined us. Good to see Rania. She's afraid to find out what Herogasm could be. I remember Man of Steel, Women of Kleenex. I don't want to know what that is. Uh, but do you know what that is? Or
I
should we
can
just
only
move?
think I can. I don't know. I mean, unless she's trying to say, this the boys TV show where he's kind of doing what he wants to do, but he's not using a Kleenex. So,
I don't know.
no, I don't know. I don't know. Woman of Kleenex.
I
I,
think
I,
we should step away from that one. Um,
I mean that they very well could be superhero in this story. Woman of Kleenex. Yeah,
Woman of Kleenex. Hmm.
she's the
Well,
Kleenex girl.
speaking of Rania, she posted in one of the DM groups that we're in a little news story that you brought to my attention. And apparently, that news story is brought to us by our favorite friends over at CBR. And the story is Don Cheadle reveals he's no longer under Marvel contract. Marvel Cinematic Universe star Don Cheadle confirms he's no longer under contract with Marvel Studios and takes projects as they come. So this story looks like you saw it because you told me about it. This seems like one of those like nothing burger stories that CBR is famous for. Um,
It just sounds like a cry for help. He's like, guys, I'm still here. I remember dead, but I can still do things. that's that's what it
but
sounds like.
what I say about like nothing burgers, like I just feel like he's still doing movies for the MCU. I mean, the
True.
article says although Cheadle might not be under contract, he's not yet done with the MCU. He's set to appear in the upcoming Armor Wars, which no, duh. He teased the show will draw heavily from the comic book storyline, minus Tony Stark, of course.
All right.
It's gonna be
Don't
just
worry.
it's gonna be just like Armor Wars, except no Iron Man.
Don't
Um,
worry. They'll throw Riri in there first.
uh, so he's gonna be in that. It looks like it's gonna be leading into Secret Invasion, and it's like he's gonna be around.
I just
What I've heard is that a lot of the cast the MCU people, they're not doing the big multi-film contracts anymore. And that's for everybody. Like the girl doing She-Hulk, the girl doing
well, yeah.
Ms. Marvel, Brie Larson obviously doesn't have a big contract. Like it's just these unless you're Robert Downey Jr. I just don't think they're doing that anymore. And I think it's because they can't rely on their films. I think that they've realized that they're not guaranteed billion-dollar blockbusters anymore.
I mean, maybe it's a sign of what's to come as far as they're realizing that after Phase 4 kind of sucked, Phase 5 might even suck even worse. To the point where they're not going to see as much revenue coming in. I mean, if the movies aren't making enough money if they wanted to, they might just drop it. I mean, right now, Marvel is the only one that's actually going strong as far as superhero stuff. WB, who knows? We still have yet to see what's we see them canceling things. We're will Black Adam be a one trick pony, or will it flop because these people just don't want to see? I mean, the normies will love it because it's The Rock. The comic book fans are probably not gonna like it.
I
And
think Rock is going to get butts in the seats.
yeah.
It's going to get people to check it out who
Well,
may
wait till
not
he goes.
otherwise have checked it
But
out.
here's the problem with having The Rock being a villain because everybody loves The Rock. You're gonna have him eventually go Shazam because Shazam is supposed to be the hero. The Rock is the villain, and who you supposed to cheer for? The Rock or Zachary Levi? People are gonna cheer for Black Adam. You know, he could overshadow Shazam. So
He
we'll find out.
could, but I I think I think star power doesn't override people's innate wanting to root for the hero, right? Like I go back to Batman 89. When that movie came out, there was no bigger star in Hollywood than Jack Nicholson. right? And Michael Keaton was a good actor, but he wasn't a huge name. And a lot of people were a little bit like, "What? He's gonna be Bruce Wayne? Like what?" Like a little bit iffy on his casting, to say the least.
I mean,
But
I
Jack
understand.
Nicholson as Joker was just huge, and I don't think people were like, "Oh, screw Batman. We want Joker to win because we love Jack Nicholson." I think people could like that. I think having a charismatic, likable actor slash celebrity or whatever in a
But
villainous role. Do,
here's the thing though. Jack Nicholson was only in that first movie, and then he was gone. So when they brought it back, there was no, there was no Jack Joker, Jack Nicholson comparison. Where The
right.
Rock is coming out with his own movie, he's already popular. Then you're going to have him go against Shazam later on, eventually, if they
Mhm.
get that far. What happens after that is what I'm questioning. I mean,
Well, they
there's
don't
no
have to have anything finalized as far as like resolution. You can have characters come in conflict, one
or we'll
character defeat the other, but it's not like the other character
yeah.
now is, killed per se, you
Look at
know.
Man of Steel. I mean, I understand that was under Zack Snyder, but he killed Zod. You can't bring Zod back.
I mean, look how many times has Black Adam been beat in the comics, right? He's still you can have him ultimately be defeated, and still be his thing. Um,
Uh,
I don't know.
I don't
We'll
know.
we'll see where they go. I'm very
Well,
curious.
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
very curious because they're bringing in a lot of other characters on the side with Black Adam, not just him. So, but I'm curious, are
They're
those
bringing the
characters in the
JSA.
film
Yeah, yeah.
gonna be take like a back seat
I think they'll be
because of
throwaways.
Black Adam? Yeah, I don't want them to. I don't want throwaway characters.
That Hawkman is gonna be a throwaway character. You're not gonna see him in another movie after this. I guarantee it. But the main star is The Rock.
Yeah, but
And this
why do that? If you're making a movie in a cinematic universe, even if that character has a super super tiny bit part, you realize that this character inhabits this universe and that you may need to bring him back, so you should be casting with that sort of forethought, right? Of like, okay,
that's what
this
I'm
this
thinking too. And as far as look at the Suicide Squad. Is that scrapped too now?
I don't know. Suicide
Uh,
Squad's kind of a different animal, right? Because you
but
can
it's still
cast
very
any
popular
character.
though.
There's not like a running lineup of Suicide Squad
Yeah,
characters.
I understand that, but I mean, but still, they're popular. They've done two movies with that. I don't see them doing that with the JSA, bringing him in another role. If they did, they'd have to recast because I don't think they'll stick with that. I mean, who's to say? Maybe they will keep the original cast, but I mean, right now their strongest characters, if they bring in anybody, Peacemaker is done bangers as far as the show. Hopefully that gets another season, or are they throwing back with
But
the Suicide Squad?
wouldn't you agree that Peacemaker is done bangers because of James Gunn,
Yes,
not because of Peacemaker?
but no, but it's all because he's not only is it John Cena, but you're getting James Gunn writing it and
Right.
directing it.
He
Uh,
he he took a
that's the part.
nothing character and turned it into something cool.
But Batista is also a popular character. Dave Batista. They throw him in with
He's a
James
real
Gunn as
person.
well.
He's a real
I know,
person, not
I know he's a real
he's
person, but his name's Dave Batista.
yeah, I know.
But but look at how successful he has become with as far as the Guardians of the Galaxy. Now, one could argue say that John Cena is more popular because he's still with the WWE, so he's got more of a springboard. Because The Rock's the one that paved the way. Same thing. Whether
You
you're
know
a
what?
fan of his,
I think both of those guys are in the same boat.
yeah,
I think that Batista is popular because he was cast in James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy and portrayed a very likable, charismatic figure, in Drax the Destroyer. Like I, I I didn't give two shits about Dave Batista until that movie, and I was like, I just love this character. He's great. He's a
you didn't like
great
him in.
side character, has just enough comic relief, doesn't outstay his welcome. He's just really fun. I love seeing him in. I'm gonna be really bummed when he's no longer on there because apparently this is his last movie, and we'll see how that goes because dude,
We're
like Zachary Quinto, and he's like, "I'm done Star Trek after this movie." I'm like, he's got a
I don't
fourth
know.
one coming out. It's like, dude,
I mean, I like the an actor other than Drax. I liked him in Blade Runner 2049
that was such
playing
a
the
bit part.
but still he stood out though for me.
He was fine,
Uh,
but I mean,
uh
and if he wants to just do little cameo roles like that, sure. But as a leading man, right? He's not. He's not one of
well,
those. I
and that,
think he's. You're
I
gonna
would
find.
I would well here's what they should do. If you're having James Gunn doing all these Suicide Squad, have James Gunn do a Bane movie with him with Dave Bautista. He's
Oh
expressed
yeah,
interest in the role, and they're right now they want to do stuff the correct way with this Zavlov guy. Here's the way to do it. James Gunn is proved to make money.
I want a Bane movie though. I would
You know
like a
what? Though?
Batman movie with Bane, but a
Yeah,
Bane movie.
the Bane origins. Bane begins.
Bane begins. Look, man, I wish Dave Batista all the best. Like I said, I love him as Drax. I just think that it's a foolish move. I would ride that pony for as long as it would carry me if I
Oh,
were him.
sure.
Um, because especially, it doesn't prohibit you from doing other projects, right? Guardians of the Galaxy, they make one of those like every 3 years at max, so you can do other movies in between, you know. But keep that vehicle that people love you as like your anchor, so that it's like, oh, you did a bad movie, but oh, you're still in this other thing that I like you. What happens when you leave the franchise that people love you in, and then you go do stuff that people don't care about? They start associating you with that. They start blaming you, and you start being like, oh yeah, you
True.
used to be good, you know.
Well, that's the thing. Lauren Cohan did this is an example for example of this. She was Maggie. She's popular in The Walking Dead. Her character, she left the show to go do a TV show on ABC, which got canceled. So she quickly ran back to the AMC, said, "You know what? I want to be Maggie again." She's back
Yeah,
on there now. She's getting a spinoff show with Jeffrey Dean Morgan. You know, The Walking Dead continuing it. You know, so it's interesting to see. You know, when people learn. You know what? Oh man, I'm not as big as I thought it was. Like you see singers like Mick Jagger try to do a solo album, does not do well because people like him with the Rolling Stones. Uh,
right.
it it's hard to break out. I mean, uh, I guess either if, in terms of the Rock, he was in the right area with the wrestling. He was able to he did a lot of weird
The
movies at
The
first,
Rock is one of those
but he's
anomalies though. Like
and
he's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's got that charisma and that presence that he just commands your attention. You can throw the In my opinion, The Rock has been so underused. Like doing all these old Disney films, like the Tooth Fairy one, and all these like little silly family films, and the Journey to the Center of the Earth's not. I'm like, dude, you should be doing massive, big, billion-dollar franchise stuff. Like I wish James Cameron would have put him in a movie. Like I just want to see him in these big vehicles because I think he's got it in him, and he's I think he's being underused, but he's not. Like I think Batista and John Cena, they're not on that level as The Rock. They're they have some roles in them that they'll fit, but they're not the kind of people that you build a franchise around, in my opinion. And like we were talking about the Peacemaker show, that show, in my opinion, is all due to James Gunn. Like
true.
no
No,
one
but
cares about Peacemaker. No one really cares that much about John Cena, but all the magic, it all worked, and it was you couldn't take your eyes off this show. And Skip in the chat, he says that Peacemaker was hella good. It's not even his type of show, and I totally agree. It's not really my type either, and I just couldn't stop watching it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I didn't care for John Cena's character in the Suicide Squad movie, but the TV series was a lot better. I thought
Yes.
they
Yes.
fleshed his character better, and
Yes. And in
that
fact, the movie, real quick, just interject. The movie, I was like worried about the show because I was like, oh, they're making a show about this character of all the characters. Really? I was really had low expectations, and that show changed them. Go
But
ahead.
I admit I'm not a huge fan of John China. Yes, I said John China. Uh, yes, Thailand is a country. Screw you. Uh, um, no, but I see it though. It's funny when if I mean I really don't want it to be wrestling, but when I used to back in the day, about like 2016, 2018, there's people who absolutely hate John Cena. They think he's phony. They don't like him. But then there's people that love him. So it was crazy to see when he get a match, there'd be people cheering for him, and people say John Cena sucks. When the music comes out, like it was crazy. Because they really try to force you to like this character. But outside of that, though, I still see that in like the comment sections of things that people do like John Cena. Now, with The Rock, I think The Rock is much more talented, but I can understand why people like John Cena. I mean, he was good in the Marine. The first movie, 12 rounds. Not great, but the guy has the makings, the chops to be an action movie hero, star. But now he's starting to do a little bit of comedy and stuff like that too. I mean, he was in if those remember the YouTuber he used to be called Fred, he did a few movies, and the whole running joke was that his dad was John Cena. He lived in the fridge. So John Cena did smaller roles like that. I mean, the guy's putting in the efforts. I never thought I'd see Dave Batista outside of WWE because that character was like, oh, he's just the muscle guy working for the Goons. He's
Mm.
that's all he is. He's the dumb, brute.
I would have
But
liked to
he's
have
open
seen.
to comedy.
I would have liked
Yeah,
to have seen John Cena cast as John Walker. The guy that they got to play the role did a fair enough job, but
John Walker. Trying to remember this.
that's the new Captain America.
Oh, that guy. Yes, and yeah, he does have the build for it though. True.
He has the build for it. I think US. I just yeah
It's a giant neck.
yeah just a big brutish guy. Like I could believe the guy that, like I said, the guy who they got. I thought that he did a fine job acting wise, but John Cena's just got that build. I'd kind of like to see MCU characters start looking like comic book characters again.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean,
Not these little
John is
piddly, scrawny little. Like even the Hulk now looks like all weak, and I'm like, what's going on?
you gotta admit though, like it was cool to see with Chris Evans, actually putting in the effort and he put in the physique, before. Otherwise, you had
In the first movie,
yeah in the first movie, but then yes,
second
then
and
after
third
that
movie, he just let
he starts.
himself go, and they put him in a jumpsuit, and it was like, oh,
But
let's cover all of his
but
body.
but I'm just saying, even then, Chris Hemsworth though working out these guys, a lot of these guys are working out the cost everything. Uh, Henry Cavill, you can met, but I'm going back and looking at all the superhero stuff from the late '80s, early '90s stuff. Captain America movies they had, where he rode a motorcycle and he had a motorcycle helmet on. That guy was not jacked at all, like Chris Evans was in the first movie. It's so I mean,
And that was
like
during
the
the era where all the movies sucked, though. We had
like
Superman, and that's it.
yeah.
The Superman the movies were this anomaly where like, oh, and every other comic book movie was just trash. It was like Hawk the Slayer. Just did no effort. Um, Zach has joined us. He says that he finished Cobra Kai and has a great ending. He's not going to spoil it.
Yeah.
So, speaking of Cobra Kai, um, Cobra Kai season 5 premiere gets a perfect Rotten Tomatoes score. Not that I give much credit to Rotten
No,
Tomatoes these days, but it's
does
kind
that
of
mean it's
nice to see.
rotten? What does that mean then? Rotten means it's bad then?
Now, Rotten Tomatoes is the site. So the way Rotten Tomatoes works, or at least used to work, there's a lot of controversy these days, is you take a bunch of ratings and you put them together and you average them, and that's how you get your score. So instead of just trusting like one critic, like, oh, this critic says the movie's good. Well, what if you disagree, or if you have different tastes? If you have like 200 critics and you aggregate their scores, and you get more of a rounded score. And so the rating actually isn't how good the movie is, it's the percentage of critics that gave the movie a 60% or better review. So
I was always confused when I saw they're like, oh, is there's green splats and then there's tomatoes. I'm like, doesn't usually tomato means it's bad? So I'm like, I just like this is was trying to say 5 stars or not.
yeah, so for those of you that just are curious and don't understand the way that we're reviews. So if you see a score, it says like movie has an 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. That means for the critic rating, 89% of critics gave the movie a positive review. Positive just means a 60% or better. So it doesn't mean that they all 89% of the critics loved it and thought it was the greatest movie ever. It just means it's 89 thought it was
Or Hawk the
positive.
Slayer, right? Yeah.
I don't know what Hawk the Slayer got. And then of course they audience reviews is something that came along a little bit later, but those can be useful too because people don't necessarily trust critic reviews.
I don't know. Like I
Um,
said, I've never really listened to what critics say. Cisco and Ebert used to say a lot of stuff, but I would rather just watch a movie and then
for
I
critics,
decide like
I always recommended people to like find a critic that has your similar tastes, right? Because there's lots of critics that probably like things you hate and hate things you like. But if you can find one like Roger Ebert, for example, was a critic I loved because his tastes really seemed to match my own. And I also really appreciated that he wasn't one of those snobby critics. Like he was a critic who was not afraid to give the Beavis and Butthead movie 4-star rating. Things like that. I was like, yeah, bravo on you. Like there are some critics who were like, if it's not Academy Award winning material, it's garbage. And it's like not every movie's trying to be that. He would rate movies for what they were. And I don't want to get on a tangent on Roger Ebert, but the idea of Rotten Tomatoes on paper, and I used to love it before Amazon. I think Amazon bought who bought no. Is it NBC? No, Disney. Is it Disney that owns Rotten Tomatoes? I forget.
I
One of the big corporations owns Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like remember the Captain Marvel or the Captain Marvel movie. That was the one where the controversy happened, where they pulled down the reviews and made it so you couldn't review it if you hadn't. I don't know. They did this whole thing about it, and everyone was like, "Dude, this review is bogus." And ever since then, you haven't been able to trust it.
I forget what
So
movie it was, but they were deleting a lot of comments. But then again, I remember when Captain Marvel had even come out, people were leaving like negative. They were review bombing it, which is a legitimate thing. It wasn't a hoax, it wasn't a make believe. It actually where people were going there before the movie came out, review bombing it. So then they started deleting a lot of comments, a lot of reviews, and they actually changed the way it is. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't been on the site since then, so I don't know how it works now. But yeah, before the black pill and all this stuff, Rotten Tomatoes and a lot of these other sites you could actually trust, like IMDb. But I think they mean some of these say I mean it's hard to tell what is a show site and what isn't a show site these days. But I don't know.
IMDb, I still like because it's completely well, as far as I'm aware, it's
I mean,
completely run by the users. So when you see a score on IMDb, it's not collected from critics or anything like that. It's users of the site, and IMDb's got this really good algorithm that um helps mitigate the scoring so that it's really hard to like review bomb it or to completely shill for it. It takes into things certain considerations, um, especially like hard scores like tens and ones. I remember reading a whole thing about it in the past, and I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. And that's why though on IMDb you'll never see a movie that's got like a perfect 10. Like
it'd be great though. The way around this. This is how I'd solve it. People who want to rate this website, these movies are Rotten Tomatoes could make a deal like with Walmart. Like you buy their movie, then you get a code that allows you to go on their site and be able to review that movie.
yeah,
Because then they'd actually legitimate people actually watching it. They're giving reviews versus someone who's just
there
going.
is a site. I think it's called Real Reviews. I forget what it's called, but it has something to do. I haven't used it myself, but basically you have to be like uh you have to like show your movie ticket or something. Like it's for when
Okay,
movies are in the theater. And some people have talked about that or advocated for that site because it's like this is people who actually went to the movie. But I don't know if I agree with those as much. Everything has its pros and cons. The problem
true.
I think when you do reviews of things from customers, customers tend to kind of know what they like, right? And that's why when I go to like League of Comic Geeks, we were talking about this earlier,
Yeah.
how like all the scores tend to be really, really favorable because people are reviewing the comics that they buy, right? So if you're buying, let's say, She-Hulk, for example, because she's on the screen, you're buying it because you like it. So you're not going to be like, this book's trash, and they keep buying it week after or month after month. Like, oh yeah, it's still trash. I mean, there might be a couple people like that, but for the most part, most everyone's buying it because they're like, I love it. And people are just the things they're a fan of, they want to give 5 stars. So almost every comic on League of Comic Geeks has got like 4 stars or better. Um, and that's just because customers are
There.
biased.
See, what I do is I just follow Skip. Skip does his own little reads on there through League of Comic Geeks. You can follow him if you're on an account in there.
Yes, you
And
can. I follow Skip.
yeah, yep.
And most of the
Uh,
comics he reviews on there are the ones that he likes. So he gives
I
them
know,
5 stars.
but not all of them though. I mean, I'm
But
sure there's a
again,
few out there.
I don't necessarily mind. I mean, they're just
But
fans
here,
advocating for their books.
but here's the difference though. He actually gave a description of what he liked. A lot of them just say, "Oh, this is great, oh, good story." He actually goes into details, explains what he liked about it and why. That's what I look for more than that, where people just say, "You know what? I'm giving this 4 stars," and like, it entertained me. That's I'm like, "Okay, cool. What was entertaining about it?" I don't know. I liked it. It's like, when you can actually give me like a legitimate reason why you like something, it's better than it's like it's in a way when on Extreme Movie Show when we talk about someone says, "Oh, this sucks." Tell me why it sucks. And if you can't tell me a reason why it sucks, or if you just go say it's woke, that's not a reason. That's just you just that's a generalization. What about it that was woke that you didn't like about it? What pissed you off? Tell me that. You know, it just feels so shallow when people just say like cliches like oh, I don't like this because so and so this. Like okay,
Well,
I,
you make a fair make a fair point, but realize
yeah,
also that your average
not everybody.
person is
Yeah,
not a writer, right? Like movie reviewers are people that
they're
aren't
all
just people who
chads.
watch movies. They're writers. They're professional writers. So
Yeah,
they should have a lot more eloquence, a lot more ability to put their thoughts onto paper. Your
yeah.
average person is just like, I saw it and it sucked. they,
See,
they, they don't know how to describe it any better than that.
see
So
now, see Skip says I give out threes and twos.
I'll believe that when I see it.
You literally could go on the website and look at it if
Oh
you
wait,
wanted
those
to.
are he only does that to the Scott Snyder books I made him read.
I don't think he even reveals those on there. I be-
um yeah, anyways, the reason I showed you the um I'm saying the Karate Kid, but the Cobra Kai stuff on Rotten Tomatoes is because apparently She-Hulk's audience score has dropped below the Inhumans. That is embarrassing.
Well, I'll just say this though, like, even if I wasn't reviewing it for the channel, I still would watch She-Hulk because I like the CG. I
You
mean,
like the CG?
yeah,
The one thing that is the biggest complaint is what you like?
and I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Well, CG's gotten a whole lot better than it was before the trailer stuff. Um, and I'm waiting for see what they're gonna do to my boy Daredevil. That's all I want. It's all I'm looking for. Yes, is it cringe? Is it anti-male? But it's a show about a girl, and the problem with that is that they don't understand the concept. They don't understand the job because She-Hulk is always been aimed towards men, not women,
Mhm.
and they don't understand that. So they're like, oh, it's a female character. Why are these guys watching it? Oh, they must be perverts. No, it's because it was always aimed towards men. It's,
Yep.
uh, if they when you start aiming it towards women, you pretty much got rid of you pissed off everybody who's ever read or cared about that character. Now normies probably don't know this because they don't read books. So they may not like it, but even then, when you got Grace Randolph, who's a big feminist, saying, "Wow, for a show that is supposed to be aimed towards men, you are really just pissing off all your who would be watching this," because she said a lot of girls don't really want to watch stuff that are aimed towards women. A lot of them watch the guy stuff because they like it. You
It's
know,
amazing, RDV, when you learn that women like men. Remember
But
that? You
what
remember that movie 300
is
by our
that where
boy?
they all died? They all died and did nothing, right? They just died.
They didn't do nothing. By our boy Zack Snyder. Um, that movie was a massive breakout blockbuster. Like they expected that movie to hopefully make a couple hundred million and call it a day. That movie stayed in theaters for week after week after week after week, just kept raking it in. And you know why? Because of the strong female audience. Women love that movie. And I learned a couple of things. Number one, just like men, just like you, right? You like women. One of the your biggest draws when I see like your comics and you're pulling books all the time. You're buying Catwoman, you're buying, Black Widow books, you buying She-Hulk, you you don't have this aversion. You're not like, "Oh, women,
Well,
stupid." You
that's because I
like
identify.
women,
That's because
right?
I identify with them. So that's why.
Surprise, surprise, women like men. And they like watching stories about men being men because they
Women
don't
like
hate men.
There's a
um,
reason why women like men in uniform because they're manly. They want to be the
yes,
girl that wants to
yes.
be rescued by the hot guy. That's why those romance novels exist. That's why Sean Gordon Murphy's wife is a bestseller on Amazon.
So for the longest time, like big, massive, successful movies oftentimes had a handsome, fit leading man doing
Yeah.
manly things because women aren't averse to that. They don't look at that
Yeah.
and go, "Oh, look at that stupid man doing things." They don't.
Actually, it's actually I'm gonna prove you wrong here. A lot of guys watch Stallone movies so they can see his butt in every movie. That's the real reason why Stallone was showing his butt in those movies.
I think Stallone's a
And
bit of a narcissist is probably why he was
whoa,
doing
whoa,
it, but
whoa, whoa. Eric Breen's saying, and Ash liked boys. It's even in the title of the stream.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
That's
just
why.
here to look at the She-Hulk on the screen and I'm gone.
Welcome, Eric. Good to see you, buddy. So anyways, I thought this was kind of embarrassing that She-Hulk's dropped, but Unhumans was so bad, and everyone's trying to forget about it. Um,
And then they'll say the same thing about the next show that comes out. Oh, it's so bad. It's even worse than She-Hulk. I don't know. I guess it's no brainer that She-Hulk has been a lot of bad writing. Even revealed by the writers, they have no idea what they're writing. The twerking thing was dumb. I mean, the twerking thing, they could have just cut that out. But that's not the most stupidest thing on that show is the fact that for a show that's about She-Hulk, she needs to be getting into superhero fights. That was the whole entire. If they're going, especially if they're going off, they're not going off the burn. They're going off the Dan Slott one. The Dan Slott, she was constantly running off, getting involved with superhero stuff, while trying to be a lawyer and wearing a pencil skirt. They have really tried to butcher up, but basically making her wear I guess it's men's clothing because she says that she has limited. It's the comic book company, man. I mean, even the show. Why can't they just put her in? Oh, that's why because they don't want you to realize that she's sexy, but yeah, she's gonna twerk in a pantsuit. I felt like that was so cringe. I felt like I was watching Hillary Clinton trying to twerk.
right?
Ugh.
It's just- I haven't seen the show yet, so I'm
No,
not giving a personal critique of the show. I'm just pointing out that a lot of people are unhappy with it,
but it is funny though.
regardless of if you. When I'm
Yeah,
speaking to the audience, like if you like the show or dislike the show, there's no debating that a lot of people are unhappy with it. And I don't want to hate it. I want to like everything really. I just don't want to like bad things. If it's bad, I'm not going to just force
yeah,
myself to like it just to say, "Oh, it's great because I don't." No, but I want it to be good. I want it to earn. I don't like disliking things. I I can't stand like in comics. My favorite the reason I became a comic fan was X-Men, and the X-Men comics of today are just hot garbage. I there's not. it pisses me off to read them, and I would love if they were great. I don't want them. It sucks. It's diminished my enthusiasm of the past, and that's really what sucks. Right? Same thing in the movies like Star Wars. Star Wars is my number one fandom of anything in the world that I'm a fan of. It's Star Wars. It's the first movie I ever saw in theaters. It stuck with me. It's helped shape like my worldviews. It's a massive influence on me. I love Star Wars. And now with the way it is in Disney and how they've just kind of shit the bed, it's drained my enthusiasm of the past. Like I don't even look at the original movies the same way I used to anymore. Not because they've declined in quality. They haven't. I just feel like, oh, I feel like they're not the perfect thing. It's not perfect anymore. It's been tarnished, and I just hate that. I can understand why fans are upset, I guess is what I'm trying to say. When you're invested in something you love and then you see it go kind of south, you go, "Oh, I don't want to see it be bad." And I think
I
fans
mean,
are
I
upset.
mean,
Go ahead.
I wonder how many fans that are upset are actually normies or writers, people who are actually read comic books.
Well, most are
Because
probably normies. I mean, comic book readers are very small. But the reason you're adapting the material in the first place is because it was a success in its medium, right? Like if you're making a She-Hulk TV show, it should be because there was a She-Hulk comic and the fans liked it. So let's bring that to a bigger audience by putting it in a movie. If you go, yeah, those comics, they actually suck, so we're gonna just totally disrespect them and re-envision the character, that almost never works, and it's not just a comic book thing. They've been adapting movies from books forever, and one of my favorite authors of all time is Tom Clancy. I don't know if you've know who he is, but he's most famous movie that they adapted of his book was The Hunt for Red October, which is a pretty decent adaptation. And then every single Tom Clancy novel that they adapted afterwards was just garbage. They just shit all over it. Clear and Present Danger. I still have animosity towards this film because I remember walking out of the theater and just being like, "What the hell did I just see?" One of my favorite books I've ever read, and they just completely disrespected it. But that's a normal thing that Hollywood. You just I grew up expecting like,
yeah,
oh, they're making a movie out of this.
they read the
They're
book.
gonna
Yes.
it's gonna be trash. Now in recent times you've started to see like when filmmakers go, we're going to respect the source material. Like look at what Denis Villeneuve did with his new Dune movie. He kept it really true to the books, right? And or Peter, even better, Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings. Like this was a guy who came in and said, "Man, I have been a Peter Jackson or a Tolkien fan my whole life. Like this is my dream project. All I want to do is bring this film to make this into a movie and do it justice." And he managed to get the rights, and he did it, and it showed because he respected the material. Then you see these other projects, and you can clearly see the people making it are like, "Oh, this is stupid. I'm gonna do it my way." And you're
Well,
like,
I'm
"Well,
gonna.
that's
Here's,
why." Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you this. I was talking to my sister the other day, my niece's birthday, older sister, and we're talking about the whole Echo series coming out and stuff. And I was telling my niece about who Echo is and everything. And my sister goes like, "Well, I don't care about the comic book. She thinks they're all child things." But yet she's a person that's watching these shows and she likes them. She likes the MCU shows. So she's the perfect example of a person that just basically accepts it, doesn't care about the source material. Um, so I wonder how many people are like her and would
Here's
rather
the
just
thing.
consume it.
It's not about being true to the source material. It's about respecting the source material. And
Well,
I'll give you an example that worked.
I'm just telling you, my
I
sister
know,
doesn't
but
care about.
let me make a thing about. For example, Christopher Nolan's Batman. It's not true to the source material, right? There are
And they
numerous
just slap
ways
to it.
that Nolan deviates from Batman. However, he respects the source material. When he changes Bane to be part of the League of Shadows and all this stuff. That's not from the comics, but you can tell it's with reverence to these characters. He's clearly making his own, kind of the same way Sean Gordon Murphy does with the Murphyverse. He's making these artistic liberty changes, but they're with respect. When you come in instead and you go, I don't like how this is. I think the way that this is dumb. So I'm going to do it totally reinvent it, which is kind of the problem with Rings of Power. The people they're making this show don't like Tolkien's vision, so they're basically going, we're going to do it our way. And it's like, well, you're not respecting it.
Well, Peter Jackson's wasn't Tolkien's vision either. It was Peter Jackson's version.
No, it's not.
He
I mean,
changed it. It wasn't
he
Tolkien's
had to
version.
make artistic to fit these into a 3-hour film. He had to make decisions, but it's clear that Peter Jackson had utter respect for the source material. So his changes
More so
were
than them,
artistic liberty. But they
more
weren't
so
like
than they did.
spitting on the source material. I mean, like screw that.
I don't know.
So
Like I said, I mean, if Peter Jackson's version never came out, these people would be bitching about the Lord of the Power right now. I give you that much because these people grew up on Peter Jackson's version, and they like that. To see someone else changing it, and that's why they're upset with this. There might be a few that have actually read the actual books,
there's a
but
lot of people that have read the books. This is one of the most widely read books
do,
in
do,
history, especially amongst nerds.
do you think it still is, or I mean, definitely back then, 20 years ago, but you think it is now?
Yeah, I mean that's why there's a franchise. That's why they're making these. I mean,
I think the
that's
franchise.
why the Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's trilogy, made all that money. I mean, they were good movies, but I mean, people,
But,
these
but
are
those movies were made
beloved
a while ago.
books.
But
So, and my point is this too: it's not about staying true; it's about respecting. Because I can tell, as an audience member, there's times where, for example, I haven't read the source material that Rings of Power is based on. I've read Lord of the Rings, but I've never read the the whatever books that these stories come from. But I can tell that they're not respecting the source material just by what they're doing to the world and how they're shaping certain characters and doing things. That this is like not the way Tolkien did things. For example, Tolkien very much embraced femininity and the power of femininity. And
I'm just
in
gonna say
Rings of
this,
Power,
Josh.
they're they're taking the probably the most powerful feminine figure in the entire like world of it that Tolkien created, and they turned her masculine because femininity is gross, and it's clear that the people in charge don't like it, and so they've had to reinvent it, and it's detrimental to the show. There's some people that like it. I don't hate Rings of Power like everyone else. I'm not one of these big black pills that are out there. I think it's kind of funny seeing the reactions when we started talking about this. I haven't seen She-Hulk yet, but it's just everywhere I go on social media, that's the only thing people are talking about: She-Hulk or Rings of Power, She-Hulk, Rings of Power,
Well,
because
the funny,
it's
yeah,
the new Last Jedi. It's the new thing to be like, let's just be completely outraged about it. And I'm like, it's bad. It definitely has failings, but it's not nearly as bad as you guys are saying. Like
no.
it's
So
you
here,
know, go ahead.
here's first. Black Doors matter. Get over it. Um, and as far as She-Hulk is actually taking shots at the people who are criticizing it. They even did it in episode 3. They were showing, they made fun of about all the people who basically on social media will comment, "Oh, great, another superhero, female superhero. Why are they turning all the superheroes into girls?" They took pot shots back at, which I thought was kind of funny because of all the people who were complaining of the show, I wonder how many people actually saw that or just read about it.
I don't think people are upset that they're making female superheroes. No one was upset
Uh,
at Black
I,
Widow when we had the Avengers.
I'm just saying I've seen tweets like that before though.
I
It's
I,
not,
I have too. What I'm saying
yeah,
is I don't think it's actually has to do with female. I think what people are upset at is taking female superheroes and making them dumb and
but
and
yeah.
forcing them on people and overcompensating like
All I
the
hear is
entire
MCU.
phase 4 and phase 5. Yeah, because
Yeah,
phase 4 and phase 5 is all
all
female.
women. Yeah,
It's it's not about having female heroes, it's about destroying the male heroes to replace them with female heroes. When you do that, it's a completely different thing. If you just add on and you say, "Hey, look, we got this great male hero, and now look, we got this great female hero." If you look at classic Marvel, same thing, classic DC. Back in the day, Stan Lee didn't like he didn't shit on the Hulk so he could make She-Hulk. He didn't was like, "Yeah, stupid Hulk is dumb. We move over. We got a She-Hulk now." He didn't do that. He elevated them both, right? And so fans could have them both, and I think that's what ultimately I think fans would want. But the modern way of doing things is to diminish the old to prop up the new, and it comes across so phony and so fake. And it's not just MCU; it's all the intersectional swapping, right? The whole replacing Captain America with Sam Wilson, right? We got to make sure old Cap tells Sam that he's the best, even better than he was, Cap, type thing. It's like, come
yeah.
on. What
Rhaegar. I was making a joke, but the Black Dwarves matter. I don't care less about dwarves and all that stuff, race swapping stuff. It's fine. Me, I don't care. Like they're not, if they're like like you can change the skin color. It doesn't if it as long as it doesn't affect the story. I don't care about that.
it, it does.
Because I look at dwarves.
Here's the thing about this. If
No, I was saying I look at dwarves being side characters, not being like the main character.
Well, in the Hobbit, it was 13 dwarves and one hobbit. So I mean, they're not really side. It depends on like what the story is being told, but the reason why like the race matters is because part of the appeal of a work like Lord of the Rings is the fantastic amount of world building that Tolkien put into this. Fans, and Zach will probably back me up on this because he's a massive Lord of the Rings fan. They get into all these, they read all these appendices and these books of forgotten lore and all this stuff, and they get into this world. This world matters to them. Same thing like with comics. Is I think comic fans that get in continuity, having that history, it makes this fictional world feel alive. So when you just throw out facts or just certain aspects because for the sake of diversity, it weakens this world creation. I don't care that there's black dwarves. What I care is that they forced in this whole diversity. When I watch the Rings of Power, every single group of characters that you come across, wherever it is, always has a mix. It always has at least one black character, has at least one Asian character, uh, one some sort of brown, you don't know what they are character, and then like white characters too. Like every single time. And I'm like, this is supposed to be in a world that is pre-medieval age. This isn't a world where people probably never traveled more than 20 miles from where they were born. That's just how ancient human societies were. You can't spread. Anyone that has a brain that thinks about things like this, the reason why, like we look at Earth, why there's blacks in Africa is because of the climate and the temperature and things like that. Their skin color evolved with high melanin counts to ward off the sunlight and things like that. My ancestors come from the far north. I'm Norwegian, so I'm about as pale white as because there's no sun where my ancestors come from, and it really just has to do with location and things like that. And in ancient times, people didn't move. You nowadays you could find black people in Norway and stuff because we can get on a jet and just go over. But in Middle Earth, that doesn't happen. It shouldn't happen. And dwarves, you live your entire life underground. You don't even see the sun. You'd be pasty white. Where are these? Why are these small little communities of like 100 people completely diverse? You in just 2 or 3 generations, you would completely uh
But my point is,
you would
you
you
can
would
do
you
all
would
that still. But if the overall story is not affected by it, it doesn't make a difference
it makes a
to
difference
me.
to people who care about world building and care about not having their intelligence insulted. It takes me out of the story when I see things visually. And I go, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's just not how it happened. And then I also happen to know, just because
Hobbits don't make sense.
they
The
make
elves don't make
sense
sense.
in the fiction of the world that was
They're
created.
fictional characters.
Correct. But you have a thing called suspension of disbelief. When you read fiction, you let your mind go make believe. Like, what if? Like, what if this world existed? And so part of world building is establishing these fictional rules to imagine that this could exist. This is only in your imagination, but things need to make sense. And if they
I'm just
don't,
saying, if they would have changed the color of the doors back, and if Peter Jackson would have done that back then, I don't think anyone would have give a shit. Nowadays, everybody's so tense because they're doing this on purpose. There is agendas. Yeah, I will not lie. There is a hidden agenda, the race swap, to push diversity and all that crap. But if Peter Jackson would have done it back then, there wouldn't be such a huge outcry as there is now.
mm, there probably wouldn't be. I don't think I think you're correct in the sense that people weren't as sensitive as they are now. I think people have just had enough. It's like it's so
True.
like just like stop it already. Back then, people would have been like just rolled their eyes. I use Thor as example. The first Thor movie, it really bothered me seeing Asgard be totally diverse. I don't think we were using the term woke back then,
I don't
but in
even
my
remember that.
brain, that
I
was
watched
what I was thinking of. I was like, oh my god, they made Asgard this totally politically correct, like oh mixed race. I was like, this is dumb. But you're right. I didn't get all pissed off. I just rolled my eyes because I wasn't sensitive to it. If they did it today, I think Thor 1 coming out today, people would be really pissed off. They would just be like, "Oh my god, look what they did."
I don't know, like I said, I just don't get that into it. As far as these things, properties,
And that's
I,
fine.
I,
I mean,
I,
no one's telling you
go
you
for the
have to.
story. If the story is good, I can ignore this something like that. I can do the ignore. Endgame, I can ignore the whole female pose thing. I think it's dumb. My eye roll at it, but I'm not gonna go online and be like, "This was horrible. Why did they do this?" And it's like, but people have the right to do that. If Alex Jones can go around and say what he wants to say, other people can say what they want to say too.
Sure,
That's your.
absolutely. And I agree.
I,
And you know what?
I
That scene, I'm kind
I
of
don't.
like you. I don't let like one thing completely ruin the entire piece. Like so, I hate that scene in Endgame. I loathe it. I really want someone to read. You know, they do these like fan edits of films. I really want someone to go and edit Endgame and get some of those dumb scenes out of it. Um, but I can also appreciate the good stuff in the film too. So, and it's the same thing with like Rings of Power. There's things about Rings of Power that I'm like, you know, it's not half bad right now. Overall, I agree that it's not a well done, thing, but it's not as bad as a lot of things I've watched. There are CW shows that are worse, and I think a lot of people are get very
That were worse.
disingenuous
A lot
that
of them are gone.
right. Um but I just, like and especially when people are complaining about stuff that I think doesn't even like it's like almost like they're finding things to complain about. It's
Well,
like in Lord of the Rings or the Rings of Power, I mean, there's a ton of things you can complain about. Like you can complain about how the main character is a total Mary Sue, and that affects the story, and it's detrimental. People are complaining about the special effects of the show, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
that's what Marnius pointed out before. But people were complaining a whole bunch complaining about She-Hulk before it even came out because they saw the trailer, the CG. Yes, the trailer that's cool, but the CG's been fixed in the show. But there's always been the people, the black sites, do not like having strong female characters because they don't care. It could be done well, and MCU. That's their train to do that. Now, now that's the sites. Now, as far as the people following it, I'd say they're even more brainwashed because a lot of them just parrot what their Lord and Savior YouTuber says. It gets sickening after a while. It's like are these
That's true.
misogynists or are they? Yeah,
I
oh,
do think that there's a lot of people who just don't think for
yeah.
themselves, and they just go, well, such and
We
such
saw
channel
this
told me this, so
a few
that's
weeks
what it
ago.
is. And I'm like,
We saw this online a few weeks ago.
if if you have that opinion yourself, so be it. It is
Sure.
frustrating for me for
Hey,
people like I'm not going to watch it. I watched this other person do a video, and therefore that's what it is. And I'm like, but that video
It,
could be wrong. Like,
it goes back to yeah, it goes back to what I said before. Tell me why I offended you, and tell me why you are offended. Tell me what was horrible so bad about this that it ruined the whole entire thing for you. You know,
yeah.
I mean, there are
I
people who
don't
are
get
just
too much offended, although it
dude. I remember back in the day, there are people who are just there's always a clear example of this. There's people who just not liked anything back in the day. There's people who didn't like the Titanic movie in the back of the day because oh well, Jack died at the end. There was enough room for him on that platform with her, on that thing, whether there was or not. But there,
yeah, I think Titanic is a
social, me-
victim. I think
social media,
Titanic is a victim of another issue that is
but
very
I'll say
common
this.
in human psychology to want to hate whatever's popular.
I'll just say social media is kind of like it's like anything. It can be used for good and used for bad. And I just think until we got into the whole Twitter saying all the social media stuff, it was like 2015, 2016 when this all started popping up more. People, the black pill sites, we had stuff like this. There were people who would honestly hate this, but you didn't hear about it though. If you did, you heard it in your circle of friends. But I think it's pretty much been social media has sprung board so many as far as not only the shill campaigns for things that are bad, but also for people who hate things that are good. Now there are justifiable. There are people who actually hate things. I don't
I don't
agree
know
with
though. I don't know if I
yeah
agree with you on things that are I think if something's legitimately good,
Avatar. People hate
it
it all the time.
shines through the naysayers. I mean, no matter what it is, there's not a single piece of fiction that doesn't have its haters, right? I mean, I remember growing up and people, I'd find the rare person that'd be like, Star Wars is stupid. And I'd be like, what? I didn't know people existed that could hate Star Wars. It's like the best movies ever made. Like, but there are people out there. I'm talking the original ones, Lucas. I'm like,
Yeah,
just there's people that no matter what it is, there's gonna be people. But if it's good enough, like, well, let's talk about Top Gun Maverick. I'm sure there's people out there that go, the Top Gun Maverick is stupid, but you don't hear them because it shines through so much as far as like people loving it that it just drowns out the naysayers. But stuff like the Lord of the Rings, or sorry, the Rings of Power, I should say, or She Hulk, or Last Jedi, it gets a big enough group of people all like screaming about it, and then that seems to be all you hear. And I think also too, you get a lot of people that just join the flock. Last Jedi was exactly one of those. It was for the first couple weeks of Last Jedi, I didn't hear anyone talking shit about it, and then all of a sudden you started hearing it, and then that snowball just got bigger and bigger and bigger until it got to the point where I was like, does anyone even say anything good about it anymore? Titanic was one of those things. For like month or 2 months in theaters, I never heard anyone say anything bad about the movie Titanic. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, have you seen this movie Titanic? It's amazing." Blah, blah, blah. And then as it started breaking all these records and making all this money, all of a sudden you started getting people coming out and being, it's not that good. Oh my god. And then it just,
You know what also is like that? Creed and Nickelback. People loved them back then. All of a sudden, they're just horrible now for people.
oh yeah, Nickelback is a great example. It's like that's it's funny that you mentioned that because I use that. I'm not a Nickelback fan, but I think it's crazy how much that band gets shit on because I'm like, do you know how much money that band makes? They're not
Yes,
making it because people hate them. They're hugely popular, you know.
yes.
But you try to find a person who will admit that they like Nickelback. It's super hard to find.
I like their stuff. I mean, it's not all of it, but I like their first CD.
I
Um,
don't like it, but nor do I hate it. I'm very indifferent about them. I've listened to them a little bit, and I was like, it's not for me. I don't. So I'm not
they,
trying
they,
to say anything bad about them. They just
yeah.
didn't do anything for me. But it's just funny. Like people, just they're like the butt of every music joke.
So the we as a society decided not to talk about Nickelback anymore. Oh, inflation now. Is
No,
it really?
RDV is bringing them back.
Yes.
Helam
And
says
the
that
boy.
he thinks the video game of Avatar made more sense than the actual movie. Shame on you,
Uh,
Tehillim. Shame.
I mean, Avatar is a perfect example. There's people that still hate it.
Oh yeah. I didn't know anyone that
Uh,
hated it when it was in theaters. And then all of a sudden it broke Titanic's record, and then it was all of a sudden popular to hate on or
well,
hate on Avatar.
well, if you would have known me back then, that would have been kind of creepy because I was underage. I would have told you it sucked.
I'd have said you're high.
CG
I,
wise, great.
I still
Everything else, ugh. I mean,
no.
it had Sigourney Weaver. It had a good cast. Sam Worthington, the guy from the awesome Terminator Salvation movie. Everybody says all the haters.
Lonnie says to me, and Nickelback is when you give someone, or you buy something for 19.95 and the seller gives out a $20 bill and they wait for the change. Um, Zach says Last Airbender was more original than Ferngully in space. I mean Avatar. Ha ha ha. I love when
Fern?
people t-
Yeah.
use the Ferngully thing. I watched Ferngully after when those jokes started becoming popular because I'd never seen Ferngully. And so then I went and watched it because I was like, I want to see what this is all about. Like, there's a movie, it's just like Avatar, and then it's like, this is nothing like Avatar. I was like, why? I question if people have actually seen Avatar when they make, or
I
Ferngully, one of the two, when they
I
make
mean
those
the whole
jokes.
concept concept of Ferngully is a guy who was coming down, he's gonna destroy their land, ends up joining their side towards the end because he is shrunk down and basically becomes one of them.
I guess so.
And
I
that
guess thematically there's some things there,
yes.
but to me,
Um
like from a narrative standpoint, it's like Dances with Wolves. Um, it's Dances with Wolves in space. But I don't.
I still
I never understood the. Oh, I've seen this story before. It's like, so, I mean, if that were the case, we would hate the movie Magnificent Seven because it was just a remake of Seven Samurai. You know, sometimes you can tell stories that have already existed but in a new way. Like Cars is just a retelling of Doc Hollywood.
I'll say the Fright Night with Colin Farrell is better than the original. Wow. I mean that's very hard to say because I mean there's so many movies that where the reboots suck. They kept the original with the storyline, but they improved it more and they got a better actor.
So that's a good question for the audience. I'm going to ask you too, RDV. What everyone that's listening in the audience, put in your pick of the best film remake. So a movie that was not the original. There was an original version of it, and then they made a remake however many years later, and the remake is actually better than the original. What would be your pick?
I'm still going with Fright Night because
Fright Night?
Colin Farrell is Jerry. It's just creepy.
There's
That's
two
a
there's
go.
two that I have that are really I could go either way, but I'm gonna pick mine pick for the best remake ever is John
Can't
Carpenter's
be in
The
the
Thing.
okay. Can't be in the Batman's or Spider Man's. Okay.
Nope. None of them were really remakes. They were just new stories. But yeah, John Carpenter's The Thing. That's my number one horror movie of all time. And just when people tell me, "Oh, remakes are stupid," I go, "Nope, see The Thing." it night and day. And the other my runner up pick would be Ocean's 11.
I'm trying to think of that movie with Dennis Quaid where they're in the they're gonna get on the plane crashes, they have to rebuild it. Was it Phoenix 47 or what was
Oh,
it?
Flight of the Phoenix.
Yeah, Fly the Phoenix.
Oh, okay,
I kind
that's a good pick.
I kind of like that with Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick. Zach picks Peter Jackson's King Kong. That's a good remake.
Which blob? It's- I don't know the
The
blob.
Blob.
The 80s
Yeah, which
version?
Blob? Um,
I guess you like that or the 50s. But I mean, Invasion of the Body Snatchers has had three of them now.
yeah, there's a lot. Maranya says this is not a better remake, but it's fun to watch. Is The Wiz, which is a remake of Wizard of Oz and race swap done right. And you know what? That's a good. I'm reading this comment because I think Maranya makes a really good point here. Race swapping can be done. And then The Wiz I think was a really good way that it was done. Like They basically retold the story, reimagined it with these characters, and it's fine. Um, I don't necessarily have a problem like going back to the Lord of the Rings thing, like with black dwarves, but explain to me why there are black dwarves, or just why don't you just make all the dwarves black? Like if you just said, "Hey, this is what dwarves look like. They have dark skin because of whatever reason," I'd be like, "Fine." Like if you put that into your story and it makes sense to me, it doesn't take me out of the story. I don't care. It's not like I need to see white people. In fact, I want to see various ethnicities. One of my favorite genres of film are samurai films. I don't want to watch a samurai film full of a bunch of white people. I want to see Japanese people because that's what I imagine when I imagine samurai, right?
I'm trying to
If I
think of
watch if I watch Black Panther, or if I watch Shaka Zulu, or I watch some other African based story, I don't want to see a bunch. I want to see, I want to see it make sense. I want to be immersed in that world. You know,
was
um,
that Keanu Reeves that did the Yakuza movie?
Yakuza movie with Keanu
It was a samurai.
Reeves.
It was a samurai movie came out in the past 10 years. They had a white actor who basically joined the
Oh
Yakuza.
yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's called. I
So
forget what it's called. It's like a fantasy movie.
it's not the last Ronin,
Is it
or
the?
maybe it is.
Is it
I
the
don't know.
last? I forget what it's called. But yeah, he was. I haven't seen it yet. Other than
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise did one too. That was a really good movie.
Yeah.
Although his role made sense. He played an American in Japan.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Matt Damon one. I'm just kidding. Uh,
47 Ronin, says Zach. Yeah, that's it. 47
yeah,
Ronin.
I guess it's
Um, Rhaegar says, Ash, tell us what you think of Magnificent Seven. It's fine. I don't know which one you're
uh,
referring to. I think there's like three of them.
if you hate
Um,
Chris Pratt, you'll enjoy the movie.
I haven't seen the new one.
The
Um,
new one.
yeah, because they've made like three versions of Magnificent Seven.
Chris Pratt was in the newest one, and Morgan Freeman, I believe, was in it too.
I thought
Unless
no,
they
I
made one
thought
after that.
I thought Denzel Washington was in it.
Was it Denzel Washington? Zach would know. Zach, it's up his alley. He likes all the Chris Pratt movies.
I like Chris Pratt. I mean, I here's the thing: Seven Samurai is one of my favorite films, and Magnificent Seven's like fine. I'm like, oh, it's the same story. It's cool, but it's not as cool. So to me, I'm just like, I'll just watch the original. Um, I haven't seen the modern ones, so I can't speak to them. Um,
I mean, Seven is the it's with the least Japanese people in it.
Zach says
Uh,
Magnificent Seven is his favorite Western. Chris Pratt and Denzel Washington were in the new
okay,
one.
it is Denzel. Okay, then what
Yeah.
is Morgan Freeman in it? He's in one of those. I know he's. Oh wait, was he in Unforgiven?
No, I don't think he was in Unforgiven. But Unforgiven is one of the best westerns ever made. Zach, if you have not seen Unforgiven, you need to see Unforgiven. That's whew. Um, Zach says Yul Brynner and Steve McQueen are in the original movie. Fantastic film. Uh, Skip says lol, making Zach such a Pratt stan. He's using your word, stan. Speaking of stan, um, apparently Superman Son of Kal-El is going to come out to the DC universe because having him come out once is not enough. So we need to make him gayer.
Is that gonna be in
Uh,
Dark Crisis?
remember when it was just Son of Kal-El, like we're just making him bi. Remember when they tried to
Oh
pull
my,
that on us? He's
oh
just
my gosh!
bi. He's not really gay. He's just bi.
What
No,
after Dark
he is
Crisis?
100% flaming homosexual. Look at this post. Look at this cover. He is flaming gay, and now he's going to come out. And I don't want to talk about that story anymore. Um, let's go ahead and let's get to our main event. Unless you have something else you want to get to.
Well, speaking of gay, let's go with Soldier Boy.
Yeah. Gay soldier boy.
Yes,
So
Daddy.
one of the things that this stream is about, for those of you who may not be 100% aware, we talk about a comic book that we read every week. And the current series we're going through is The Boys. And we encourage you to read the books weekly and come join us so you can follow along and hear our thoughts on the book, share yours as well. Um, we want this to kind
Yeah.
of be like a reading club, so we can talk about it, give things you liked about it, things you didn't. The general concept is basically like when you buy new books, you have other people to talk to. It's kind of the water cooler talk that, hey, did you read the new issue of Spider-Man? Oh yeah, what'd you think of this? But with back issues, it's a little harder to do that because we're not all reading the same stuff. You might have just discovered a story that's been around for 20 years. It's like, oh, I just read this, and we're like, yeah, been there, done that. And sometimes, at least for me, I always feel kind of alone when I'm reading back issues, and it's not. They're fun to read, but they're not. You're missing that one aspect of that shared experience. So this was an idea to get people to read things and be able to experience together and come together and talk about it. So if you're not
I'm just not.
already, hold on one sec. If you're not already a member of my Discord, you can see in the comments. Feel free to join in where we post the books that we're reading. If you want to give your suggestions on future books to read, where we can go, we're definitely looking for that because the boys will run out and we'll need new things. And if you want to be maybe a guest on the show here, and so that people don't have to just listen to me and RDV, we can talk about things like that as well. So we kind of want this to be a community type thing where everyone's involved. We want to involve you as much as possible. So uh, yeah, there's that. What were you going to say,
Yeah,
RDB?
I was just saying that. Yes, we want to share the love. I'm just glad we could all come together for this Herogasm.
Oh my goodness, that's a bad pun. That was a bad pun.
It's cleaner than the joke than the actual show tonight.
So, boys and girls, this
All
is
kids out of the pool.
this is Herogasm. If you've seen the show, The Boys, this is much more than the show. Um,
I think the show was actually more vulgar.
in some ways, the show was more vulgar, but it was very much smaller. This is
There is animal sex. If you're not into that, please leave.
this.
If you are, stay.
Needless to say, this is a mature audiences only going forward. Um, if you have kids in the room or you're at work, this is not safe for work. This is not appropriate for kids at all. So, also, if you are squeamish yourself or have your own personal uh, value system, just be forewarned. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. That's not my goal. And we
The
just want to have a
helium.
good time.
Do you know what I'm saying? That everybody that is bad as Tom Taylor, hero called the Gossamer. Yes, but only one of them sucks. My joke did not suck. Gossamer does.
Yes, Gossamer does. John Kent will tell you.
Uh, Now is the time to pull out your lube and your Kleenexes as we get ready to join on this awesome experience together.
Awesome
I,
experience.
I, eyes forward. Do not look at each other's screens.
I
Okay.
see. Oh my goodness, gross. Um, to be fair, Venkman is not safe for work, says Zach.
I mean, it's not like we're the G force.
Rhaegar says no one in this chat is mature, so we all have to leave. Oh my goodness. Ah, this is Herogasm. This is not part of the regular Boys series. This was a 6 or 7 issue miniseries that came out specifically to tell this story. It does it does fit into the overall continuity of the Boys storyline, but it's kind of like a side story.
Kind of
Um,
like I would say it's more like what they're doing today. Like it takes place between two issues. What Marvel's doing today with the whole bringing the old writers back to write a story to in place in between different issues like X-Men Legends did. This does the same thing. You read this before I leave. You read issue 32
guess
because
so. I wonder why they didn't just make this issue 31.
I'm thinking maybe he wanted to get more money, more bang, or more buck for the bang.
Maybe, or maybe he's got some sort of agreement with Derek Robertson, um, and they're making the book together because this has a different artist. So, but
It's
in
a
either
go.
way, continuity wise, it fits in. This is the order they put them in the trades. So this is Volume 5, Herogasm. We're gonna mix it up, and RDV is going to give the synopsis of the books. So
I'm gonna start right now.
what I was thinking,
Okay.
RDV, and you tell me if this works out for you. Okay, uh, we'll go through. You give the synopsis of like a whole issue, and then we'll just kind of give our thoughts on that particular issue, and I'll just shut up, as much as possible while you're giving the synopsis. We can just get through that
Um,
issue.
maybe you should ask the people in the watching. They want you to shut up. Want me to talk the whole entire time?
Not talk the
Oof.
whole entire time. I'm just saying while you're giving the
Yeah.
synopsis,
Yes.
so you can just get through and say, "Hey, this is what happened." Blah 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 blah.
I'll be very brief on this. I
Okay.
won't go in too deep about it. All right. Issue one is basically starting off with basically getting everybody to Epstein Island or Miami. It starts off with basically the cover story because every this once a year. They're saying after destruction of the previous stream here, we talked about how the G-Men were wiped out by Vought. Basically came in and destroyed all of them. They were the X-Men stuff. They killed all of them. So now they're basically because this ties into what's going on with Herogasm. Herogasm is coming up. So they're lying, saying that there was a part of an invasion, by alien invasion forces came and killed the G-Men. So now we're going to retaliation. We're all gonna go to space to fight them. But well, that's not true. Here, the next page, we get basically the women who basically are who are going to be the prostitutes. You see them snorting the blue coke. We saw it in the earlier pages of the stories of the early issues. And then pretty much, yeah, they're all over on the island. But the whole orgy isn't really part of the story. It's not the main story. It's the background story. We get to see this guy. We still don't know what his name is, but his hair's no longer blonde again. It's brown. Keeps changing colors. As Starlight is also basically she did no idea what's going on. She did so she was up to the island thing too, and now she's kind of disgusted. She has a little conversation with Huey later on, talking about work. Everything's vulgar. There's Stormfront right there in the purple cape there. He's part of another team. And then there's the Crimson Collar, I guess her name is. Basically, if you always watch the show, she was the one that was on the team with what's his name, Soldier Boy. So yes, there's a lot of the male nudity, a lot of junk, a lot of boobs. Um, then we find out that Soldier Boy right there in the covers is actually gay. He's not like you see in the show. Uh, him and Homelander are hooking up in this story at the end, and then basically he's like he his whole speech apparently for Soldier Boy. He's kind of like Dick Grayson back in the 40s. Golly, gee whiz, and then it says he's like Homelander, like this isn't. I'm not gay, am I? No, this isn't because they're gay. And the Homelander says no, and of course not. How could we how could we do anything gay? I'm Homelander and you're Soldier Boy. My goodness, where on earth did you get that idea? Like, he's like, oh, okay, whatever, just fine. Walks out. So after he leaves, he's like, you see Homelander kind of saying, I can do anything. And then you see Starlight, she's on the phone with Huey, talking about the whole work thing. And he's saying how he's doing some other stuff too. And they kind of like wish each other, saying like they really like each other. And then, yeah, she's basically, she voids. Well, here's the big thing now. This real story. What's going on? There's two stories, actually three stories going at the same time. There's the whole orgy thing. There's the boys, and then there's a thing with going with the bot. Other why bot's really using it as a cover story. In the hangar there on the island, this is Air Force Two. They call it Air Force Two whenever the guy who works for Edgar is on here works for a bot.
Whenever the
So
VP flies on Air Force One, they
yeah,
call it Air Force Two.
yeah, basically Vic the VP. Um, so Vic the VP is gonna be showing up, But the boys are there because they basically need to get information. Now Huey's kind of lost in here. We get a lot of information about how Vic the VP basically through these issues, how he is, why he was put there, what's going on. Ironically, reading these stories, and we'll get to it. But a little tidbit. I was reading this on 9/11, and this whole series, the little Living series, talks about what happened on 9/11 in the boys. So that was kind of creepy. A little eerie. I didn't realize I was reading. So I had no idea it was even 9/11. I didn't look at the date. I just knew it was like Sunday. But yeah, so there we get a little thing, and Huey's talking to Butcher, and so don't know who's the target, and Butcher's kind of just like doesn't really tell him, and then he says like, and then he finds some binoculars. He's like, wait, you're looking at him. He's like, what, the VP? And he's like, yeah. But he doesn't confirm it's a VP though. As far as we know, we're looking at the VP, but it's revealed in the next issue who the actual target is when they finally get him. But I think that's the end of the issue, right? You
That's the end
see,
of the issue. So that's the
yeah,
first issue. Um,
very
what,
short.
yeah, what did you think about how this opened up the first issue?
I was expecting everything to be much more vulgar than what everybody says, like because usually the show it's pretty vulgar. It is. I'm thinking like, look, comic book, maybe it's gonna be worse because you can get away with comic books, because versus TV stuff. And the comic book was kind of a letdown this first issue. I mean, not that I really wanted to see more, dick and like and weird, and nasty poop and all weird stuff. No,
I
thank you.
like I like that it's not as vulgar. Like
Yeah,
the vulgarity is there, but like it's in your imagination. We talked about this behind the scenes
yeah,
how uh Garth Ennis he's writing vulgar scenes, but he's not going out of his way to like show all the detail. Like even here, like on the cover, you can see whoever this guy is. He's getting a blowjob, but it's most of it's left up to your imagination. Just enough is being shown to you. It's immediately to me, it's a very vulgar image, but it's also as tame as it can possibly be to convey like what's happening. I really liked that how they formulated this whole story, like
yeah.
why Herogasm exists. In the TV show version of it, it's just like, oh, it's a Herogasm. We just go and have fun, and that's fine. But here, I liked how they tied it into the satire of comics. Right, this is Garth Ennis' satire of the comics industry, and as we all know as comic fans, like the yearly event where all the characters all got to go and fight off the big thing about whatever is like a
Yeah,
thing.
the
Here it
events.
is too. These characters, and so they like make up this alien race, and we all gotta go to space. And he gives this big speech in front of the Capitol building, and we'll
Look at
be
the
gone
missiles
for a
there.
while, and da 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 da.
Yeah.
We're gonna avenge the G-men, and they all just go fly away. And the whole time they're just like, "Woo, we're going to party!" Like you can
Well,
see them.
yeah. There is a one minor thing though. When they show the hookers and they'll get into it, there is one girl there. She has a little speech bubble. And not so much in this one, but she's new to this. She's the new girl, being one of the prostitutes of the hookers. So she's kind of nervous. Or like
Oh right,
So
yeah.
she's a little subplot that goes through this too. Not really too big, but you'll see her later, like in effects, and they just use her basically to show how horrible it is to be someone just working for you. Like, they're like, oh, you'll make 100 grand at the end of this. I'm thinking like, no, thank you. Of course, so everybody, a seven. Look at is that okay? I thought I forgot that the G-Man guy was gone, but Gunna guy kind of looked like him in the background, but there's so many freaking heroes, and through here they never explain who they are. I mean, there's who was her name? Shahimeth, the one in the green. I forgot what her
Yeah,
name was.
yeah, she's basically the She-Hulk analog, right?
Yeah, I was like, look at the shoulder. I was like, they messed it up.
Yeah,
Hunchback.
that she's got a deformity.
Ugh.
Um, and then you pointed out Stormfront, so he's here on the
Yeah.
left. Obviously, if you've seen the
But
show, they made
yeah.
her a woman um, for the show, and
Yes.
it makes sense in the show because she has a relationship with Homelander, and so that whole storyline actually kind of makes sense. Stormfront in the comic book, my take was this. See if yours was the same. He's kind of like the Homelander 2.0 in
Yeah.
a way. Like he's like this. He's very similar, but he's like the second rate guy. Like he's the leader of what Payback I think was the name of the team, and so he doesn't really like Homelander. Um, but he's kind of like the number two guy. This is kind of how I got the impression. Um,
Yeah, I mean, having him. I mean, I think the show they really didn't want to have Homelander being gay. They want to be the most masculine there is. So having and then they needed a way to have somebody go against Homelander. So that was creative. They actually take um, Soldier Boy, change him up, and even though they're in the book they relationship, they have them have some sort of like relationship in the show. So it worked out. Um, but it's he's because Soldier Boy is still a very important character in apparently in the Vought American world just as much as Homelander is. They have their own experience, and I do like the costume for Soldier Boy in this.
yeah, I do too. I found this very interesting. This relationship. Obviously, Homelander is in a sense homosexual, but I didn't get a sense that they were trying to write him as traditionally gay here.
No,
I almost
he's
feel like
not.
he's just
He,
so sexually perverted that he just what he's just anything.
you know
Um,
what I think it is?
and I
I think it
also
is.
go ahead.
I was gonna say quickly. I think it is. He needs someone who's basically can withstand his thrust.
Okay.
So
Um,
if they're going with Soldier Boy being super strong, just like him and vulnerable, they needed someone just like that.
part of me
But
wonders if this wasn't like a domination thing of like Homelander.
effing Captain America,
Yeah, just kind of like I'm show you
Superman's
who's
better.
boss. Obviously
Superman's
he's
better. Yeah.
these are all just completely perverted deviants. Um,
Well, Homelander's supposed to be like Superman in a sense. He's
mhm.
but uh, but he ends up come across more like a Hyperion to me more so than that. Uh, and have Soldier Boy being the good old boy, like the polite guy, like Captain America, just saying as a how it's like screw that crap. Uh, but yeah, I mean I like the little hangar they're in. They're like the little where the boys are hanging out.
So
And
Rhaegar says it's funny because I thought the Black Noir dude was supposed to be another Homelander. Black Noir is supposed to be. It's as I'm reading this, it's tough. In some sense, Black Noir to me is supposed to be like Batman,
yes,
but
and you'll see that later on when they have some of his villains show up.
but I also kind of get a feeling that Butcher is supposed to be like Batman. So I think I think that Garth Ennis
He plays
took
all the tropes. Yeah,
I think Garth Ennis took the Batman character and kind of split him up because Black Noir doesn't fit exactly the way like Homelander you can see it, right? You're like, "Oh, yeah, that's blonde-haired Superman."
it's like Injustice.
Um yeah, it's almost like Butcher is like the Bruce Wayne and Noir's the Batman maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Homelander is what you would call otherwise call the top. Soldier Boy is the opposite of the top.
I would say Butcher's more like the Punisher, if anything.
Uh,
More humorous Punisher.
when I say he's like Batman, I just no,
I
because
understand because
Punisher guns people down. He takes people. Butcher's
Punisher hates capes in
Pun,
general.
but Punisher. Sorry, Butcher reminds me of Batman in the way that he's completely under control. He's always got the situation under control, and so many times he doesn't even have to like raise a fist because he's just so alpha, and that's how I see Batman often uh, in the case. So he's not Batman in the sense that he's going around as the hero Batman, but Batman in the sense that he's the Bruce Wayne. He's a genius. He's super tough. He doesn't back down from anything.
But he
Um,
couldn't be Bruce Wayne though, because Bruce Wayne's the mask.
funny, funny. Um, so yeah,
All right.
I don't see Butcher as like Punisher, but in that respect, and especially it's easier for me to say that too. I think because I've read Garth Ennis write Punisher, and Garth Ennis's Punisher doesn't feel like Butcher to me. But you know, it's a fair opinion. People might disagree with me.
In the sense he's willing to kill them. That's what I mean by Punisher.
Sure,
Punisher,
sure. Well, I mean,
yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
this world is. I mean, even Homelander will kill tons of people. He's not Superman in that aspect. I'm just saying what he represents as far as an analog. If we're taking this world being a satire to the comics,
Half and
Homelander is
half.
a satire
I'll, I'll go
of
half and half with you.
sure. Okay, so we got issue 2 here. This one
Episode
opens up
2.
really good.
Yes, Ash's favorite part. Naked flying Homelander.
Oh yeah, baby. And your favorite part, snorting coke.
Can we continue?
Yeah, go for it.
Next page.
Oh, sorry. Slide.
So we get Homelander is basically at the end of the last issue said I can do anything. So now he is doing everything. He's destroying everybody in the plane, which is kind of funny to, before because those remember in was it second volume? It was the third volume. They revealed that the whole thing with the plane incident was very that they threw the seven in there to try to stop the plane with the terrorists. You're kind of getting the same thing point with Homelander, but he's nude instead. The plane coming towards him, you know, and it's funny that he's killing the people where it was actually was the deep that killed people in the cockpit. But Homelander is this point. He's realized after having sex with Soldier Boy that he can do whatever he wants. And then here on the left page here, we go back to that prostitute I told you about, the one that just new girl. She basically saw she's bleeding, she's been abused and stuff, so she's pretty much like just almost done. You know, but the girl's like, "Don't worry, no, you know, it's you'll be fine." You know, and she gives a little pep talk. So then we have the VP. You know, the VP basically he's like here and the pretty much the guy is kind of upset. The guy works for a bot down there. He's not the guy with he's talking to the guy with the glasses. Keep it pausing to keep moving it. The guy with the glasses there is basically works for the I think his name's Godfrey. He works for the CIA and stuff. He's basically the intel.
I thought he was the chief of staff for the Veep, Vic the Veep.
Basically, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. As far as he controls everything on that end. Uh, so the guy who's basically working for the main guy here, for Vought there, basically he's on the meeting with the Veep, and go to the next page, and Homelander shows up and pretty much it's like and just kind of like he's kind of pissed off. He's like, "What are you doing here? What you guys didn't tell me about this?" Upset. And then up there we get the horse sex or elemental man, I guess, having sex with a woman.
Yeah,
Farting it. That was
this
kind
is
of gross. Oh,
it's a gross panel, man.
I thought it was a tail at first. Though I
I
realized it
did,
was her
yeah.
hair. I
It's
was like, oh,
nasty.
that's
It's so nasty.
and so Homelander's throwing a little pissy fit. He's like, now this is kind of in line with the show. He wants to be included in everything. So basically he's like, well, right, I apologize for not mentioning that the Veep was coming here, and like, but now, you're here now, so you know, and he basically reveals what's going on. The president's gonna be dead within a year. Who's the president? Robert. It's Bob.
Coda Bob.
Bob. Yeah, it's Coda Bob. And that basically he's gonna be dead within a year. They're gonna have basically the Veep be control. Now, I'm not sure if this is basically his plan or if this is actually who he works for, their plan. But I'll tell you who he works for later on. So after that, we get to see I forgot what his name is supposed to be. He's supposed to like the green. Green Martian or Martian
And he's
Manhunter
like
version.
Jupiter or something.
Yeah, yeah. He's taking basically A Train to the secret club for all the outsiders. This is where the cool kids are, and they're in there. They're basically going down the basement. They're smoking stuff, and he's like, what is this? Like, oh, it's basically like dried up fetus. Yes. First, I thought first I worked for like fetus, like feces. No, they get it from the abortion clinics. So then Jupiter, he says, you know what? Hold my beer. I got basically like I got some it's basically made from it's a basic blend. It's got Queen Maeve's, yes, her vagina mucus. What he got off one of her stiffs that she had sex with. Scraped it off, and they're gonna smoke that. And I was just like, ugh, ugh, that's gross. So here we go. The next panel over the right here, we got Soldier Boy and his team with Stormfront. There's a little dispute as far as who is the leader, Stormfront or Soldier Boy, and they all see that the Veep's here, and they're kind of upset because the Veep when he honked the girl on the right with the funny glasses, Crimson Call honked her boob, but basically they realize, you know what, the guy says for Vought says, you know what, I don't give a shit with you are. He's here, deal with it, you know the deal. So then after that they kind of like this gangrene, they leave. Coming back to here, we get A Train, and then they're just kind of high talking about everything. Uh, he starts complaining about Starlight and what she said to him, you know, and he's like, "Oh, I can't believe she freaking said me." And Jupiter says something. He's like, why are you so obsessed with her? She's a D-list person replacing the last person they had on here, Lamplighter. She's not gonna last. Once she's done, then you can go rape her. Basically, till then, don't fuck with her because Homelander will kick your ass, kill you. Cut here to basically, she's in a room, she hasn't left. Starlight, Annie is basically wants to have phone sex with Huey. While Huey's basically stuck trying to basically work with the boys, we get what it looks like Black Noir, I think. I'm not sure yet. Kind of looks like him. He's watching, and he's also watching Huey jerk. It's kind of gross. And then it's nightfall on the island, and Huey's job is going the sewer. He's the escape route. We got Hugo Strange in the tree, Frenchie, and then we got Cassandra Cain hanging upside down. That's the female, and Homelander is fucking the girl up in the sky, which reminds me of the scene where Superman was kissing, I think it was Lois Lane up in the sky, but they weren't having sex though. Stormfront's getting blown by I guess Star Crimson Call, and then A Train's doing blow, and then yeah, so here's the Veep, scene at the hair. Yeah.
And it's kind of important too the way they portray Vic the Veep is he comes across to me as like a total caricature of George Bush.
Yes.
He's just a total like dipshit, like
Yep.
dirt, like he just is if you imagine George Bush and like his worst sound bites when he sounded the dumbest, that's like what Garth Ennis writes as a character for this guy. He's just a complete imbecile. Um, but he loves titties. He loves sex, and they're trying to
Yes.
manipulate him, and they're going to make him into the next president. So they're bringing him here, and the Soups have to deal with it. So what about this issue? How did this play out for you? Like, was this
Well,
like did it was
the
this
vulgar
better than the previous or?
the vulgar was raised up. It's continued the story. I mean, it's like I don't look at these as being separate issues. I look at these all being one giant story.
Okay, we'll just
That's
think of it as a chapter then.
yeah, chapter. Um, Homelander is starting to lose it a little bit, and you're starting to see it. He basically wants to be involved
Yes.
in everything. So Homelander is starting to he's starting to crack a little bit. Not as much as the show, but he's still got his ration. He's still rational, but you know he's rebelling. He kills people because he
This
can do what he
this
wants.
scene got me. This is like what hooked me into this story was getting to this part
Yep.
when you open up and the first page is this lot, Homelander's just doing what he wants. He's free as a bird. He's naked.
See
He's
the
flying
plane.
and a
Yeah.
passenger plane. I don't. See, I don't think he noticed the plane at first. I thought I my take of this was he's just kind of relaxing in his own thoughts. He just doesn't answer to anybody, and this
Yeah.
plane kind of stumbles across him. Now, no one is supposed to know that the heroes are here. Like he can't have any witnesses, and so he just makes a decision and just annihilates his plane, um, rather than let anyone see that. I don't think he was intentional. My point is, I don't think he was intentionally like trying to go out and look to do an evil thing, as much as it was like, oh, it's unfortunate that you saw me here. Now you have to die.
I'll
Um,
point out that this is they called on the radio, said, we have transplant clears, we have a naked, and then he die.
yeah.
So word got out a little bit, as far as we know.
So that really got me because I was like, oh shit, man, like Homelander's off the hook. Like he's because maybe the whole point of the blonde hair, we call him the blonde hair guy, even though his hair is brown in this story. Um, he's kind of like the handler. He keeps Homelander under control, and for the most part, I mean, he's good at what he does. But we start to see Homelander slipping, and we're like, oh shit, is he? Because can anyone stop this guy? He's essentially Superman. Um, these other and they we the books go out of their way to unlike the TV show where all the soups have some level of invulnerability. In the comic version, it's really only the seven and like a couple of other soups that are like the primo soups. The other ones are just like normal people that have some superpowers, but you could shoot them and they die.
Yeah.
Like they're not these threats, but like Homelander is legitimately like Superman. So, um, I liked that Starlight is kind of put into this situation because she's still kind of a good girl, and she's just surrounded by this shit. So we get
So
this scene
yeah.
where Garth is like, "What's going on with Starlight?" Well, naturally, she sees everyone having sex all around her. She's starting to get horny, so she's calling Huey. But unbeknownst to her and unbeknownst to Huey, they're on the same island together.
Yes.
they're literally like in spitting distance. And then yeah, that I am pretty sure that that's Black Noir, um,
Yeah.
sneaking around and spying on people.
Because
So I
he's the only one at 7 you didn't see.
yeah. So this is a fun issue to me. This upped the ante. It's better even than the previous. So I like when stories, and then I love
Yes.
this cover. You guys, should I be able to identify who's on the cover here? This is the boys' version of the Fantastic Four.
Yep. Invisible ass. And then you got the flaming guy, and then you got the rock guy. And yep. Who we see now falling down towards the pool. And as they're counting down, he's like, 1 second, and then and now. I thought the Veep was gonna die. I saw this because he's like, he's like, "Mommy, I've been bad," and he's just, and just like he's just like, is he gonna die? And then they use this to go after their target here. That was a diversion because they weren't going after the Veep as you thought they were. They're going after somebody else. And we see Huey's there, and then all of a sudden, someone grabs Huey. Uh, Huey's being pulled, and it looks like Black Noir is the only person I can think it would be. Next, that goes to the next thing, and he pulls on Huey's pants, and then you see a thumb up. So the next thing you know, you see Huey punched over with his trousers down. And you can only wonder if he got a thumb up his butt or if he got jerked up. We have no idea. I'm gonna go with he got probed, and
He
that's why
got
he's upset.
sexually molested by Black
Yes,
Noir.
yes.
uh,
Uh, Homelander shows up. He's like, "What the hell's going on here?" He lifts him up. He's like, "Oh, I think he's dead." And he's like, "Oh, really?" And then he just kind of drops it down. He's like, "I don't care anymore." He OD'd. It's basically roulette that he OD'd. He's like, "Yeah, oh well, not the first. It won't be the last. Oh well." And he leaves. He's like, "Stop facing." So they're telling you right now, this isn't the first time people have died. They've had people died like in the previous Herogasms. times. Butcher comes up and basically because Huey is supposed to be there helping their getaway stuff. Huey has been assaulted, so he's hiding them there. He won't talk to him. Butcher basically goes back to the place. Here we get basically it looks like Batman's villains, which would be black. What people thought that would be they're Black Noir's villains. It's revealed to be. This guy thinks he's Julius Caesar, which makes me think of the Batman 66 villain. And then later on, and you'll see in the issue they'll have a commercial called Sex Face, who's supposed to be like a derivative of Two Face. Uh, so and then you see basically you see um Jupiter and A Train talking about that, and, like and he's like, dude, you gotta quit. He tells A Train, you guys quit asking questions. Do you really think that Homelander wants? You're gonna piss him off. The guy, he's under pressure as it is. The guy he works for, he goes to the meetings, is writing basically Homelander's butt. He's the money. You don't fuck with the money. It's better not to ask questions. Let's accept the way it is. There's Sex Face up in the upper right corner in the purple, and I couldn't tell if it's supposed. I guess it's supposed to be Two Face, but then it could also be Riddler too, because the color and stuff, or Joker. But I thought Sex Face was around the nose. And then at the end of this, you're like, "Oh, do you want to ask your face?" The girl, I was like, the poor girl. See her face, the
Yep.
bottom corner. Like, all right, here we go. Then we got these two guys. The chief of staff guy talking to the basically the bot guy. And then he's like, you know what? He's like, I really admire you. I know how you always be a thorough. You taught a seminar once. Check everything, you know, for business. So he says like, I thought you want to see this, the Trans Pacific airline thing. And as they say, it's like we have a naked fly, naked man, naked up there, and like he knows exactly who it was. His fucking Homelander. Homelander, and like he's kind of irritated now because now he knows that Homelander just killed a bunch of people. Uh, so that's what they're talking about. That
He's basically trying to
um,
impress Mr. Blonde.
yeah, he's
Like
trying to
he
kiss his
wants
ass.
to because he wants to get in and be with Vought. Like I think
Yes.
he realizes like what he's doing is
Well, Lee Brown goes too far, and that left panel in the middle there, he talks like it's amazing, learning from someone who like just having so much sheer experience to take advantage of, but I'm sure very positive for Mr. Edgar. So there we get the Edgar name drop. The guy on the left works for Edgar. We know from the show. He's is the guy. He's the president of Odd. So that was a big name drop for Edgar. At this point, the boys they have not said his name. They've shown the guy, but they haven't connected him the name yet. But once you go and you put two and two together, you can figure out. Huey basically gets out of stupor. You realize he's got a call from Annie, but he can't call that. And he's like, oh shit, that was Black Noir. So we got confirmation now. He walks in. He's like, Jesus, where the fuck you been? He's like, you're trying to contact. He's like, oh, I hit my head and knocked myself out. And then I knocked myself out again. Because I thought somebody was chasing me, following me. So he calls Frenchie, and it tells me, hey, we found him. Don't worry about it. Come back. And they got their target in the other room. It wasn't the Veep. He's one of the Secret Service guys. Agent, Mike, whatever, CIA guy. Yeah, so,
that Agent Michael Lucero.
yep.
All right. So, what do you think about this chapter issue?
A lot to, I guess a lot to swallow, right?
Pun intended. I really like the Fantastic Four reference. Um, I thought the fact that they used them in like a limited fashion allowed them to go much more on the nose. Um, Especially since now one of them is dead. It's not like you can really use them in a bigger part of the story. But I do like, the Seven is completely the Justice League. I mean, even to the point we have like the Martian Manhunter guy, except he's Jupiter, whatever.
Yeah.
Um, I forget his name. He's got like a long name. It's like Jupiter John or something or other. Anyways, um, I just like the way that they did. I like the Fantastic Four. They were in a band or whatever, and that was neat. I like how they staged the the grab,
There's there's
by
a Secret Service guy down at the bottom left there, that guy. So if you look there, he's actually around the Veep all the time. So they actually just show him.
right. And he's in the picture earlier on the earlier issue where they were saying there's
Yep.
our target, but
Yep.
you're just meant as the audience, like you're meant to think the Veep because he's in the picture too, and he's so it's a really good misdirection. Um, I like that Black Noir is skulking around. You don't get to see Black Noir be a badass in the TV show. He's just kind of around. He's just kind of ominous.
He did that
But
one episode where he chased him to the butcher's house. That was it.
yeah, but in the in the comic though, like you get a feeling like Black Noir is pretty scary. And of course he puts the fear of something into to Huey, poor Huey. Um,
He'll never
so
walk straight again.
that was pretty cool. This is the first time you really got to see the boys essentially like take a licking, right? Like normally the boys are in charge. They're commanding what the situation. They're not the ones getting their ass kicked. But Huey getting
Ironically,
assaulted here is
yeah, Huey's supposed to see our point of view. We're the ones who just got our butts.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the writing and the art like does a really good job in conveying the trauma without having to fully go in and graphically show you things. Like your imagination, I think most people are gonna be good enough. I really liked how that was done. I liked getting to see some of the rogues gallery. That was another thing that I think you didn't cover in the beginning when they do their big go to space or whatever. Part of the whole thing was
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
even the
Villains
villains join
were
in
teaming up with
because
him.
the
Yeah.
threat is so great. Even the villains, and so even the villains get to go to Herogasm. It's like this
Yep.
weird. You're like what? Um, yeah, and then Morania makes a point. This is it's not Caesar, it's Caligula,
Yes. Yes.
and the
But
character in the
he's
comic is Coagula. So
yes. Yeah. They don't call him Julius Caesar. Yes, obviously. But they said he's like he thinks he's like some Greek guy. He's like one of Black Noir is one of his villains. I mean, Ansel thinks he's ancient Rome in ancient
yeah.
Rome.
Well, no,
So
that's what
that's
Morania is saying is the real character is Caligula, and the this character is Coagula. So it's a play on
yeah.
Caligula. Um, so yeah, that was kind of cool to see some of the rogues. You don't get to see them much. Sex face is just disgusting. I just don't even want to. The less I see of that, the better.
It's Jim Carrey, right?
I really did like some of the best stuff about the boys. It's ironic to me is because I complain about this in a lot of the comics, but some of my favorite stuff in the boys is when characters are just sitting around talking, like here, because you get so much reveal. Garth Ennis like he he dips into like the meat of the story and where things are going through these
Look at these word
interactions.
balloons. Look at these word balloons. So I'm like, that's a lot of words. I was like, dang, this is taking longer than I thought it was going to take.
It is, yeah. There's a lot going on, and when you just look at it on the surface, you're like, "Oh, this looks boring. People sitting around." This is the exact same type of thing that I would bitch about in a bad review, where it's like, "Oh, just a bunch of people sitting around over food talking." But this is the meat of the story. This is the part where you're like really deep digging into the plot and the machinations that are going on. And so it's not as interesting when we're describing it, but it's important stuff. My biggest complaint, honestly, about this artist is how he draws terror. Like, what the flip is this?
I don't know, but there was a dog having sex with him.
Look
Or
at
not him, but
this. That doesn't look. That looks like a monster.
he's
This
years up. He dropped his bone.
yeah. This artist is not skilled at drawing bulldogs, but that's a minor nitpick.
He knows he's got a butthole. Go back up.
Thanks. I don't need to look at dog buttholes.
Yes, but in this issue, a dog had sex with a person.
That was disgusting. I glossed right over that.
He glossed.
Rhaegar
He
says, if you
glossed
guys
over
don't know
too.
who Caligula is, he's a legendary evil emperor. Weren't they all evil? Everyone should know about him. He's basically the example of how not to be a king. Isn't that a lot of the Roman emperors? Like Nero. uh, Julius Caesar himself. Anyways, sorry.
All right.
Issue 4.
Issue 4. The guys are talking there, and they want to know where's what's his name. You know, maybe he's out getting laid. You know, he's like, oh, he's not one of us. You know, he's a Secret Service guy. So in this issue, we find out there's actually two types of people working in the White House. There's I guess the Red River, I think they call them,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's the rest of us. You know, that they're not normal ones. Because we learned in this issue there actually was a coup that happened a while back in the White House.
Well, they
With the
explain that Vought has been trying to infiltrate
yes,
the Secret Service, but they're only able to get so many of their men in there because
Dakota Bob
they got
keeps
to scope.
on
They got Dakota Bob is like onto him, and he's got these tactics that he uses to try to discover who are the infiltrators. So they can't get the entire. So only some, and the Red River guys are the ones working for Vought. And then there's the regular Secret Service, which are the ones who are devoted to the president.
yes. Is that the deep in the pool?
I don't know.
See
I
his
don't
helmet. I
recognize him
can't.
without his helmet.
No. I don't.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, 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 yeah. I see the floating around. Yeah.
uh,
I
uh,
didn't notice that the first time.
yeah. So we got here. We got the guy A Train and Jupiter talking about the. We gotta go to the word scene. He's like, oh no, I don't want to go. That's boring. And then Homer's like, "You guys are going to the thing." He's like, crap, oh crap, oh crap, crap. Yeah." Because A Train's been all this past few issues has been told basically, don't piss off Homelander. So yeah, um, this is the contact their guess they were trying to get out. Who actually works with he got the whistleblower. They were trying to get out. And he says like, you don't have to freaking rough me up. And he's like, well, it's just the way it is. Just when it look realistic. He tells this. We get to tell. He tells a story about what happened and how this guy, he was a Marine and he wanted to serve his country. The most thing you do is protect the president. He's like, but I got stuck with the Veep. So I found this guy. He basically comes out. You see it on there. He's at the bottom right. He comes out. He's like, oh, we're at a brothel. I'm protecting him. I was like, oh, this is the most disgusting thing. He's like, can you put my hat on? Help man Dicky hat. He basically has to put the condom on the VP's penis. And since then,
Disgusting.
he's just been, yeah, for 5 years, he's been basically, since then, it's been 5 years. This basically took like 5 years ago. I was up with defense. And we come back to these guys who basically were just talking about the whole how they're gonna do this, and it's essentially talking about how the Veep and how you think he's gonna be able to do this. You guys will go, I work with him, he seems like he's smart, a little smarter than he lets on. But then the guy is like the guy in the for Vi. He's like, I actually worked with him. He's just stupid, you know. He's no respect for the guy, the chief of staff. And then they get basically something happens. They're like, oh, they're gonna bring. They get clear. They bring in the Veep. The Veep's gonna sit down with them finally. Then we're getting back here. It was basically talk about what happened on 9/11. The two planes coming towards New York. Dakota Bob ordered one of them shot down, but then Vought came in. Basically, Vought didn't want them because they wanted just to have the seven stop to save the terrorists. Or hit the people who were on a plane, destroy the terrorists. We all know what happened. They fucked it up, caused the plane to crash. Where Dakota Bob, he's like, I want to shoot both of them down. He ends up getting knocked out by the Veep, and then they covered it up. This is where the coup happened on 9/11.
Basically,
And since
Dakota
then,
Bob is like the ultimate president.
he's
He's
Trump.
like he's the president we
He's
all
Trump.
wish we could have. He's
he's
more than Trump though. Like he's just like an ass kicking badass good guy like president. Like it can only exist in fiction. Like um yeah, and Vic the Veep knocks him out. Go ahead, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And the whole thing is going on. So the guy explains it's been going on forever. They cover it up so that Dakota Cloud can't say anything because there's no mention of no one will talk anything about that. It'll seem crazy if he tries to bring like he got attacked by the Veep. Uh, if there was proof, it would actually would really shake everything up as far as Vought. And yes, the whole thing was a whole tense situation. He fired the guy fired and killed a bunch of people. They said we're getting reports of people calling on the plane, calling in, you know, and it's a horrible effed up situation. What's going on now? This whole thing with the 9/11 thing here. This is also goes back to the whole conspiracy thing. People saying it is an inside job and all stuff. Or just all that stuff as far as 9/11, all the disinformation that's been floating around, people saying, well, this, it doesn't make sense, well, that. He really calls us in because, I'm not sure if Garth is a big what little liberal, or he just likes to skirt, what's considered to be good, bad, skirt the line a little bit. But yeah, basically, you start to feel like sympathy for this guy. This guy he's been serving. He served his country for the past 5 years, and all he's put up with stuff. You learn, little the issues that he's got a wife and he's got a baby on the way, and everything that's going on. Mother Milk is basically the most quietest throughout this. He had his big part in the last issue we reviewed, the last volume with the G Men and going to like talking to the uncle, the father of the girl that died. Uh, so it was kind of like seeing everybody else getting more of a limelight. The Frenchie and the female don't really do much in this. I mean, Frenchie gets a line here and there, but yeah. So they say here they're telling him, hey, Veep, within a year, president's you're gonna be president, and you're gonna basically enact the whole thing in favor of a super power, supreme power, by the U.S. Department of Defense. So basically, superheroes are gonna be working for the United States. That's their whole goal. That's issue 4.
Oh, what stood out on this issue for you?
I mean, it's really heavily set on the whole 9/11 thing going here. That was the main focus. Like I said, when you find out basically who this guy is, it's the CIA guy or the thing, and his whole story, it's like, wow. Like like you said, we think the boy is crude and just crass and stuff like that, and then we get another guy like this. It's basically like he's like almost like Huey in a sense. He's a good person. He's been dealt a very bad hand, but yet he still goes to work and serves, does it, serves his country. It's just kind of heart wrenching.
Yeah. I like this guy. This Michael Lucero guy is he's he's just a good guy. Like there's when you're used to reading the boys and it's like everyone's just effed up, he's an ex-marine. He's a Secret Service agent. And he just wants to do right by his country, and that's why he's toughed it out for so long because he talks about like you just tell yourself it's about the office, not the man, and stuff, and he's just trying to do what he can. And this Vic the Veep character is such a caricature of of a character. Like there's no as much as Dakota Bob is unbelievably like perfect president type character. Like Vic the Veep is like unbelievably bad. Um,
You know what he
but
is? He's Joe Biden.
I know I was just thinking that this was written before Joe Biden.
I
When
know,
when
but
when,
it's
when
so
this is
ironical.
this is when like you could never have a president this stupid. Oh wait, hold on, wait. 2020 hasn't come yet. It's like
Dakota Baz is painted as being the conservative, the Republican choice. So
yeah, they
that's
never
why.
really say that if he's like what side. Like he never really gets into that part of the
No,
politic.
no, but the way to describe him though, like I said, he is basically like country first,
Yeah.
not yeah.
Um, and I just the way that they write like the personality of Vic the Veep just reminds me of all the caricatures. Like if you saw like an SNL skit of George Bush, that's what Vic the Veep is like. He's just a dipshit. And of course, that's why they want him so he can be the perfect puppet. Like Vought wants the president to be working for them essentially. My favorite part of this book was this whole sequence, this backstory, and about the 9/11 and how Dakota Bob takes charge. And yeah, it's very interesting. I didn't really put together the whole inside job parallel, but if
Yeah,
we assume that Vic the Veep is sort of this loose analog to George Bush. George Bush was the president during 9/11. Remember, like there was like different times. Like remember, if for those of you that remember 9/11, you know, George Bush got criticized for sitting. He was at a school like reading books to kids or something when 9/11 happened, and they brought him the news, and he just sat there for like I think it was like 8 minutes, didn't do anything. And I remember like people like, dude, this is the we just got attacked, and the president just couldn't do anything. Basically, the idea is incompetence, and I look at Vic the Veep as being incompetent. But here we're getting a fictitious story where it's not George Bush in charge, and instead we've got super president Dakota Bob or whatever, and he's just on top of it. He's commanding these Air Force pilots, and Garth Ennis is writing. He's clear that Garth Ennis knows how to write military stuff. And it's just kind of haunting, especially if you live through the 9/11 events. And I really liked how he wrote the president, talking to the pilots in the air, and they have to gun down these, civilian airliners. And then when Vic the Veep knocks him out, and you just sees this dumb dipshit looking face, um,
yeah.
where he's like, what does he say? Tell NORAD to order weapons hold. Tell NORAD order weapons hold. It's just like everyone's just dumbfounded,
And
and
then
they
people are like, yeah, God am I, we're not gonna listen to the guy. He just attacked him.
and the thing is like they're in the middle of a crisis. So he just describes like what were they supposed to do? Like the president's incapacitated, the VP is next in line. They don't have any time to like argue about what to do because they're the crisis, and so they just went through it. And it's just like, man,
There's
just thinking,
yeah, there. Now look at it says they were inquiry, but it was a bullshit one. Oh, that sounds like the whole with Hillary Clinton.
yeah. So it just was when I was reading that, I was like, it just sparked my imagination. I was like, what would you do in that situation? Like
Right.
you 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 want to sit there and like, wait a second, take him. He just attacked the president, but like you're being attacked, and it's like we don't have time for this shit. And I get to see how it would be. People would be indecisive, and what do you do? And then the culmination of the story is they basically broker the plan to Vic the
Yeah.
Veep, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Do you understand?" He's like, "Uh huh." So
Realistically, the Veep would have been arrested, and then they basically would have just had the next person uh down the line take over.
maybe I don't know. I don't know.
I'd like to think that. That's what
You
Hollywood
would,
is taught.
but
That's what Hollywood has taught me.
The way that Garth wrote it, I go, this seems so unbelievable, but I, I, I could go this way. I could, he sells it to me. Anyways, that was my favorite thing. This is
Yeah.
issue 5.
G5 coming up is the Soupies. All right. All right. So then, is this the page after or page four?
Rhaegar. Oh, hold on, real quick. Rhaegar says if he's a good guy, he's predicting that he'll die. And then Skip says Biden was around, just not executive branch yet. Yeah, no. What I meant was the the
The puppet.
Biden that is losing his mental faculties. Back in 2001, Biden still was sharp and he could talk, and now Biden's like 80 years old, and it's clear like he can't formulate sentences. Like it's a different situation, and he's president on top of that. So, anyways, go ahead.
So,
Sorry.
so here we go. More confirmation. What happened to Huey? He's like, he's like, Butcher says, like, you've been scratching your ass all their days. Like, I don't want to talk about it. Trying to be in the butt of the joke, of everybody. And before they start talking about that, Butcher says, like, says, well, man, he can't prove any of it. Don't forget, and maybe he don't want to try too hard, but I mean, word got out that the VP smacked the president around the head with a fire extinguisher. It's just, yeah. So they're talking about that, you know. So then we get the Von American guy. You know, he's basically approached by an off-duty hooker. Gives him the line. He's like, you know what? You're kind of cute, and you should go for stuff. And she tries to like buy him a drink, but he's like, no. Can you exchange it for something else? A glass of this instead. And then basically the whole thing, she's talking to him, everything going on, and like he's letting him shine it. So then we cut here to the after that we cut to basically, oh, they're all still just basically telling jokes a thing. We got the girl with the huge boobs. That was kind of, I was like, is that supposed to be Rogue? I'm not supposed to be, but anyway, our Power Girl, but Homelander is making fun of the comic book creators because that's what he does every year. And Maeve says like, I'm just getting sick of it. It's like, she's like, I didn't think, she's like shitting on the comic people. What class? He's like, and he's like, I didn't think you cared about it. It's like, I don't. It's just that obvious. All it's like everything he thinks up. It's easy. And she's like, and he's like, the Homelander. He's like, she says, well, you should know. In this case, he kind of insults her, calling her easy. She's like, you could be a real. And this is what Annie is so cute about Annie. Annie's really trying to swear, but she gets real angry. And then she pauses, and then she's like, "You're a real bitch." Sometimes she's like, "You know what?" She's like, "Yeah, I could be a perfect, cunt." And here, you won this. Here, you can have my drink. And then Maeve walks off in a little bit, and then what's going on? And then she's basically Maeve starts talking to her about, she's like, look at that. We got the cum sponge. We got the best meat in the sandwich. And then the most silicon. Basically making fun of the She-Hulk, Invisible Woman, and I guess it's supposed to be Captain Marvel or Miss Marvel. I'm not sure that was
I
supposed to
don't
be
know. I
in.
don't know. I don't see an analog in her, but
No, not now. Probably before. Yes, it just talks about that. Then obviously the CIA, Secret Service guy is back, and he's basically like, "Where were you?" He's like, "I said I don't want to talk about it." It's like, I got in a fight with one of the super pricks. And he basically says like, and he finally he slips up and says, "Yeah, I did something to help fix it. The whole our problem with the detail around here." And there he is, basically the guy's in charge of basically the security team as far as what's going on with the Veep. Talks to him, tells him, "You know what? I got this note here. What you guys do is do a sweep. You starting, I want to take a take for you guys. I need you to search the entire island, just to make sure, you know." And Huey's in there on a toilet, and then he has flashbacks with the thumb up. It's like, and then he says something really smart. Why is no one told him about the boys being there? They haven't got caught yet. What's going on? And he's just kind of like, just kind of like how Annie was. He's kind of this like so disturbed as if being a victim would. The Deep giving a little speech here, and then introduce basically they call the Element Force.
Element
You
Force,
got
yeah.
Flame Burner, the Divot, Free Flow, and the team leader Air Horn. He goes honk honk because he's really just air, I guess. And then this is also here. I laughed my ass off. I was like, it's General Mortis. The word for like is it what they say was
Lifetime achievement.
achievement lord. And here he is, he walks up. He's been around. He's like, oh, back in my day, we didn't have tights and all that stuff. Fighting World War I and stuff. And then he like you get to see that Jupiter and A-Train are talking about this, and then Jupiter's like, he's gonna go over. He's just hurry up and pee yourself. And on cue, the next page, the old guy pees himself, and he's like, because the guy's so old. He's like, I can remember when we were fighting. Was it the N word or was it the Nazis? And A-Train's just going to laugh. He's just laughing so much because he can't just. I love how Jupiter says he's like, fuck off, coffin dodger. It's so horrible for an insult, but it's spot on. And then, yeah, I'll go back. I think they show Annie pops up doing their little speech. Oh, not yet. That's next. But all right. So Shauna's gonna speech, but then the guy basically calls her bullshit. He's like, "Oh, who was it that paid you to keep me occupied?" because Homelander was saying, like, wait till I accept my award, pay attention, something really is gonna happen. So now we get the hint to the basis that she was paid off. Homelander's gonna get a speech. He's gonna talk. He's gonna start talking about, thank you. You guys are really kind. Thank you. It's a wonderful privilege to receive the award. Blah blah. I've been fortunate enough to win before, of course. But one thing I hope I'll never see, be blasé about is an honor bestowed upon me by the peers, because that's kind of what means the most to me, really, isn't it? Please, praise for those who know and understand us best. And that leads me to what I'd like to use this opportunity to say to you this evening. So to say to you, my peers, my people. You see, I to do something a couple of days ago, the morning we arrived. I tell you what it was in a moment. The first of all, I want you to understand why I do what it is. What occurred to me. Nothing more than that. I did it because I could, because there was nothing stopping me, because there is very little that can stop me. After all, I didn't look at the results. I didn't wallow in the implications. I simply went about my day. Now we all play the same game. Participation is good. It's basically saying, like, why play with the rules? Do what we want if we can. And then he's like, oh, he's gonna talk more, and then he sees the guy from Vought showed up, and he's off. Fuck, he's pissed off, you know, because like, oh, he didn't expect him to be there, so he got caught, almost saying, and so then he basically leaves, goes in the back, he's, the guy, he just basically goes in the background, and he basically destroys his award. He's angry. See, this is like so we're seeing Homelander kind of getting pissed when he doesn't get his own way. Queen Maeve knows what's going on. She's kind of, at least you get the hint that she does by look at her face. So I'm, curious what's gonna happen to Homelander. But these guys are talking about what's going on, and they get the basically the word that they need to go a sweep. And he's like, oh, it's like if this guy set one foot inside that little plane or a little trailer over there, they'll effing wish they had never been born, because the boys are in their trailer hiding out. And his friend goes on board with them because they're pretty much screwed either way, so he has to participate because they've known each other forever. They're they're both because they're both not Red River. They hate Red River. The Mercs working with the Secret Service, and I think that's how it ends. I don't think there's anything else of this. Yeah.
All right.
So
So, what stood out to you on this issue?
the whole Homelander story was him getting that, more so that you see him, he hates the guy that works the bot. He wants freedom. He wants to be able to do what he wants. But he's too chicken shit to do anything about it. He won't stand up
Yeah,
to the guy.
that was a really cool part. Two parts of this book really stood out to me. One, again, going back to that weird catch 22, or just not really what is the right term for it? It's just something like I don't expect, like I characters sitting around talking and eating food or drinking is bad comic writing, except for the boys. This
Well,
was
no, it
this
shows you
whole
that.
scene where the hooker approaches Mr. Blonde and is having a conversation. I completely bought into it. And then you cut forward because it's in chunks, and so when you cut back to this later on, and he's listening to her, and you can tell, because Garth is such a good writer, she's good at what she does. Like, she's not some sleazy hooker. Like, she's a true professional, and even it kind of admits to her, like, hey, like, you're
Yep.
good, except you slipped up in this one little piece where he caught. And I was like, it's like a story within a story, and it really helps sell Mr. Blonde's character, about how perceptive he is and how in control that he is, because that's his role in the book right now. This is the handler of Homelander. And so he just never misses, and he catches. And and so that was a really cool reveal. But then at the end, when he's like, who was it that paid you to keep me occupied? It wasn't so much that he caught that she was basically lying to him, but also the fact that it was like, I don't actually care that you're lying to me, but I want to know who's paying you because that's
So
my enemy.
I want to point out something. You
Mhm.
notice her hair color.
Mhm.
Previous issue, Homelander was having sex with a girl with that hair color in the sky.
Oh yeah, could be.
I wonder if it's the same girl.
Um yeah, you know what? You might be right, man. I was thinking this whole time like Butcher paid her. That was just my thing, but I'm
I
like,
was,
no, I think it
yeah,
actually Homelander because Homelander, the part that you like here too, like he's given the Soupy awards, and remember when Homelander he for those of you guys listening, he destroys that airplane, and previously he's going around telling other heroes at Herogasm, he's like, you got to come to the awards, and they're
yep,
like, ah, man, I don't like the award, blah blah. He's like, you got to come to the awards. I got something major to announce. And so like, oh, okay. So people are coming to this award expecting Homelander's speech because he's going to announce something. And here he's, you kind of read it off, and
yeah.
he's basically about to say like, oh, I did something and blah 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 blah. And then he looks
Don't
over
care.
and he sees Mr. Blonde staring at him, and he just locks up. He's like he can't finish, and then he starts to stutter, and I was like, and then I'd just like to thank you and have a good night. And he can't he can't do his confession. He wanted to basically admit like,
He
I
murdered a
did
bunch of
this
people.
thing and you guys can do it too and we can all be free. And it was like it was about to be the spark of a revolution, right? And it
Yeah.
just didn't go, and you're like, oh my God, what just almost happened here? Um
And big meds, you think? They're all they're all just yeah.
and so it's interesting because obviously Homelander's frustrated, but there's more to it than just Homelander being frustrated. This is a sense that like from an audience perspective, we're walking on a fine line. Like the soups are this close. I'm pinching my fingers like a centimeter apart of of being uncontrollable type. And that's the whole purpose of the boys, right? The boys work for the CIA.
That
They're there to
there's
keep
trap.
like this, and it's it's this sort of ticking time bomb. And it doesn't probably come across when Vankman and I are describing this to you, but then the way Garth Ennis narrates this story, it's just like, oh shit. At least for
So
me,
the
I'm
guy,
just on pins and needles.
yeah. So the guy in the very back in the previous page, right there, guy in upper left panel, the right of the black guy, just Trapjaw from He-Man, whatever his name is. He got the metal jaw.
Oh, on the top left panel.
Yep, the purple on the right.
I guess. All I can think of is the guy on the left looks like the Tick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the
Um,
Cyclops.
but yeah, no, I just, man, this book, it's so amazing to me how great Garth Ennis is able to write dialogue. Characters just standing around talking. It's so captivating. There are certain writers that can do this, and they're few and far between. Quentin Tarantino is one of them. Garth Ennis is another. If you look at these pages, you go, "Oh, it just looks boring," but there's so much happening in these words. It's like a
And
it's like a battle of wits, and you're just like, "Oh my gosh!" as you're reading it, even though visually it's not in, it doesn't look like anything.
well, the thing to take away from that too is that you are correct. It's just normally people would not hate people sitting around just talking, but if you have a talented writer like Garth Ennis, it's proved you can do that.
Yeah.
Now they just casually throw the in there. People are just talking for 5 minutes, saying like, you did good out there. Thanks, Dad. And then they stretch it out to like a 6-page thing. What the hell? It's like this matched the story. There was no where Mariko Tamaki was, and some of the other. She's not the only one. Everybody always goes to her because she's fat, and she likes food stuff. So that it's a, but it's not fair because there are other writers out there basically shoehorn people sitting around doing nothing into their stories all the time, whether it's food or not. It drives me nuts. Where this actually serves a purpose, and I love it. It's like I'm watching Cobra Kai season 5 with Terry Silver. and he's one of those like manipulators. And
Mm-hmm.
that guy, they're talking to the girl, is two people trying to manipulate each other. And he's like, I do like, if you're gonna do this shit, you got to be a master, and obviously you're not, because I'm a master. You're just an amateur. So who the hell we paid is, why am I distracted? That is such a thing you'd see with like in Breaking Bad with Giancarlo Esposito's character,
Mm-hmm.
Gus Fringe. Like, like the call. He's like, okay, now tell me what you're really doing here for. Why are you here? Who are you?
And this part of the story with Michael Lucero, like when he comes back to the Secret Service, man, I was like on pins and needles too because he comes back and he starts trusting this guy, the bald headed guy, and he's like, "Oh, I think I found a way out." And I'm like, "Dude, you can't trust that this guy's not Red River. Like you're about to blow the
Now,
cover."
I want to point
Um,
out though, there's a scene where he asks where you been, and he's got his shirt off, and the guy walks around. I'm like, is that Alfred?
yeah.
Let's look at the first. This is Batman. Alfred scolding Batman. Where have you been, sir? It's
And
like,
so they ordered a search of
yeah,
the island, and now Mike's panicking because he's like, there's a trailer and in the back of the hangar. If they step one foot inside, they'll wish they'd never been born. So he's basically admitting to this guy like this is where the boys are. But can you trust this guy? Because some of the agents have been infiltrated. All right, on to issue 6.
issue 6. We get the super agent, and his buddy, decided to basically tell the other guys, the Red River guys, stand down. Up and down. You know, next page. The guy's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "What do you mean?" Like, hands down. He's like, "What are you doing? We're on the same side." And then he's like, "Don't worry." Butcher's like, "We'll take care of it." And the guy's like, wait, what's going on?" He's like, "Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. That's no." And then you get to see the power of basically like the female just basically like, "All right, see what I did at Gunn? I'll do it to your head." And I love how the butcher's like, there's like, he's like, "Here's your phone back. You're gonna call that tosser Godfrey and tell him, how you move the channel." I was reading it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. He tells him, he's like, you're gonna call him every hour on the hour until we say not to. Basically, you're gonna keep doing what you're supposed to be doing, but you're gonna, without telling anybody that we're here. But look how big freaking Mother Milk's hand is on arm. Look at that. Look how small the guy's head is. It's huge. Frenchie's short and stuff. But then these guys basically, they have, basically tells them the agent's like, you better be right about this, otherwise we're gonna get killed. And he's like, and then we get to see Huey's like, are we really gonna take him over? He's like, stick the kettle on. Basically, Butcher's like, I can tell him what's going on. We see basically Soldier Boy talking to Homelander, and Homelander tells us like, just tell him to go f off. And Soldier Boy is kind of like, wait, what? Because Soldier Boy was congratulating on his award. We
Soldier
see,
Boy is a total goody two shoes. Like he's just
yes,
I think
yes,
you nailed it right. Like he's like the Batman 66 Robin. He's like, golly gee. And so when
yeah.
Homelander talks to him that
He-
way, he's just like, what?
he's a combination of Captain America and Robin from '66. Yeah, or whatever, '40s, whatever early Dick Grayson.
He's Bucky.
Uh, yeah, that true. Yeah, he could be. Yeah, you could say that, or like Jimmy Olsen.
Golden Age Bucky.
All right, and he basically he's like, here's a follow up. He's like, yeah, it's like, I beg your pardon. Can you repeat that? Oh, and he's like, yeah, that's correct. Shauna Matheson, she's on the Herogasm manifest. No, not on the flight. Have her met at Lax. Basically, she's gonna get killed. I guess they're just writing her off because she's a loose end. Uh,
Yeah, Shauna
and
was the
then
hooker.
yeah, Shauna was the hooker, the prostitute. So then we see Godfrey basically talking, still talking to the guy from uh the uh the font guy who's on the left, and he's like, "Oh crap!" He's like, basically the Veep is basically went back. He's like, "I want to get my dick wet again." He's basically wandering off like an idiot. And then the guys decided to turn on him, and he ends up shooting them. He's like, ah, crap, going on. There's a big gunfight. What's going on?
Notice who the guy turning on him is.
His friend, the one
That's
who's
the
supposed to
guy
know that.
it's the guy he gave away that he's not that they were figuring out who the Red River is. Like, so it's like, man, he blew it. You're supposed to be a badass like Secret Service guy. What are you doing? Go
Right?
ahead.
So then basically he's being held hostage. So basically he's like, going back the fuck up. We're gonna leave. And next panel, Butcher's basically like, is like, you're gonna need a pilot though. It's like, he's like, yeah, screw you. How many third world shitholes we blasted out in wrecks like this? He's like, you're gonna do what you're doing with the asshole. And they like, he's like, basically says, Butcher. He's like, neither this big fucker right here. And like, it's like, it's like, we're gonna find out, where we stand. And then the guy turns around and sacrifices himself, shoots himself in the chest to kill the other guy, which we've seen before in another movie. I can't remember what movie it was, but the guy turned a gun on himself. Oh, it was Die Hard. Was it Die Hard 4 or 5? I forget what it was. I think it was whatever the one where they had Kevin Smith living in the hacker in the basement. I forget which one that was, but he turned the gun on himself to shoot himself so he could shoot. I believe it was, who was the bad guy? Kevin Bacon. I can't remember what the bad guy was. Anyway, it's not really important. But so basically, we see all the superheroes flying away from Miami, going back whenever they're going back over, and then Starlight reveals that basically that she saw Starlight, the Homelander, speaking to the crowds after he wears, he's freaking out, and she's like, and Maeve's like, did he see? He's like, no, like I don't think so. No, she was because she said like if he had, you'd be dead. You would be here right now. And then we get to see A-Train. He's like, you know what? I had a threesome with two girls. They're sucking me off at the same time. He's like, it's such a great time. And he's like, we just heard girls are man. It was his first one. He's like, it's like so great. He's like, I mean, where's your head at right now? He's like, same place everyone else is probably. And you see Homelander's just so freaking pissed off still. And then everybody starts on that little gunfight and stuff. The Beep's out there, and they're like, "Oh crap!" It's like, no, the Beep's he's like, who he says like, "Oh crap," he's seen us. He's like, "Don't worry." He's basically an effing muppet. Don't worry about him. You know. And then the guy goes up, Huey. He's like, "It's Huey, right?" He's like, tell my family, just uh, the guy over there. He had a wife and two kids. My wife is one on the way. You make this effing count. You hear me? Then we see basically Huey, not Huey, but the Frenchie throwing the female to the plane. And this is and then uh you see the guy down there trying to handle her, trying to get the Veep in, and then Gavi is like, she basically just shoots him, you know, because he hates it, hates the infiltrator, so just blows his brains out, and they both just into the eyes. Up there, you got the guys flying. Is like, it's like, the guy who betrayed um the agent up there on the left corner, the bald guy that's supposed to be his friend, turned on him.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Oh, my shoulders hurt." It's like, it's like, give me a med kit, or I know. It's like, oh, he's like, you know. So then the next page, they're like, oh crap, there's something on the wing. I love that. The whole, it's a female. She tore the engine off, and then they're like, oh, we're going in circles. Oh crap, and then they crash and die. And they're like, where is yours? He's like, oh yeah, Mary fucking Poppins, says Butcher. I love it.
I love that scene.
It's so great. Uh, and then you see them. He brings that Mother Milks brings in the American flag, and he doesn't understand what's going on. He's like, why are you putting a flag on him? It's like, just we don't really need to go for that. So, and this explains him, that it's a way of showing respect to your fallen comrade. No, you know, because what he says here is said he was a soldier. It's like he died serving his country, and he was like, I don't know, I just Brits just get a we get a especially when some folks start waving flags. He's like, my brother's like, don't blame them. He says, matter of fact, you might say the more you wave it, the less it means. Less less you think about it, well, what it means, you know. And pretty soon, I don't know, it won't mean nothing at all to Warwick. So basically, so these guys are very demoralized as far as go comes to the American flag, and that's the end of Herogasm. But
All right. So how did you like the wrap up here?
I like your pun there, sir. Protection. Um, it had a good climax, you know.
I like your
Uh,
pun there.
yes. Um, and it had a good landing. As far as the story was, you know, I was like 6 issues long. Uh, that was not supposed to be a pun, but no, classic tropes, you know, where people get betrayed, but it just shows you, you know, that Garth Ennis, despite speaking all this crack, humor and stuff, the guy is a very talented writer.
Yeah.
I love the female in this. You know, she has a minor role, but the thing she does, you know, she's like, "See, I destroyed the gun. I can do that to your head without saying a word."
Yep.
And then her,
She's super intimidating.
and then she's doing the whole Mary Poppins thing.
Yeah. I liked how this all broke down. We didn't really discuss it as much through the breakdown of the book, but this subplot here with Michael Lucero and the whole Red River thing, and when he comes back and he's leaking to that guy, he's like, oh, I think I found a way to our problem, because he knows about the Red River, but he thinks that the bald head guy is not Red River. So he thinks he's identified who the Red River guys are, but he missed one. So this guy was one too. And as you're reading it, you don't necessarily know that as an audience, but I remember thinking, oh my God, what if this guy is though? Like, well, you can't just be blabbing like this. And of course, it turns out that he is. But this final scene where they're trying to make basically get their getaway, um, and he has to confront, and he's it was just him and the bald guy, and they're like, we got to stop the Red River guys. And fortunately, he's got the help of the boys, and they like take him down. But unfortunately, the bald guy is one of them, and so um, shit kind of goes south. And
It's a common
this is
trope.
all
Yeah, we
this
didn't
all
see it
happens
though.
during the exodus of the heroes leaving Herogasm. Like, the party's all over, so it's really not even about them anymore. It's about this whole subplot storyline of the Red River, and the way that this all takes place. Like, this would be excellent. Like, as a if this were like the finale in a movie, and they're getting away in this old World War II plane, and there's a gunfight that takes place. Um, it just and I like that he takes a bullet. Like, he mentioned earlier in the series about how, like, he had actually I don't know if he said he dreamed about it, but like basically to take a bullet for the president, like that was like the thing he wanted to be able to do. Like, he really was a patriot. And so even though he's not really taking one directly for the president here, he is taking it for a meaningful purpose. And it was kind of heartfelt, like when he tells about, like, make this worth it. Um, he was like, I have my wife has, a baby on the way. Make this fucking count. You hear me? And I thought that was really um it really added gravitas to the story, because it can be easy to be desensitized in a book like this, where you just got a lot of violence and a lot of just conflict, and does it really matter? But
It's very heart wrenching too.
yeah, the Michael Lucero character brings that human level to it. Like, hey, what you guys are doing as the boys, this matters. Like, these people, it brings it to a more realistic level. As the audience, you're like, oh fuck,
yeah,
like, these people are
the
really
previous
affected.
the previous issue, he had said, when he was talking to the boys, he said, he's like, you know, I did this for 5 years. I took the blind eye, but he's either my cousin or his brother, and I put out some feelers, what's going on, and then he's like, I almost didn't do this because, you know, but so we made a real tough decision. He did this now that he's dying. He's like, you better make it effing work it because I have a kid on the way and I'm dying now. You know, it's he's like, hell of he says like damn, effing disgrace. And he's just,
Yeah, so yeah,
yeah,
we Godfrey is basically confronting him. He's like, "Dude, this is the vice president. What the hell are you a part of?" And he says to him, "That's my line to you." So that's what it should be, freak. But I guess in the end, it's the office, not the man, which is the opposite of what he said in the beginning of the story,
yeah. It's a
where
man, not
he
the office.
tolerated it because it's not the man, it's the office. And then he shoots him in the face, and he's like, "Goddamn fucking disgrace!" Just he finally he had this like life altering decision and took out the one guy that was kind of manipulating. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Michael, the deal's already been made, and the it's in motion that he's going to be the next president. So he didn't actually stop anything, but he thought he was. And then this scene here where they do the fastball special to launch the chick, the female, onto the plane was great, and then
Yeah,
she's just
yeah.
tearing it up, and
Oh,
the plane ends up crashing, and I just love this scene that she's just coming down. This I know I talk about him too much, but this really reminded me of a Frank Miller panel. Just the way she's just descending. It's so over the top badass, just like, come on. Um, but it works in the boys. You're just like, and then having them look up at her and just be like, he's like, Mary fucking Poppins.
and then you
It's
see
just,
Tara back there.
it's just so, it's such a perfect page, you know? Um, I love it. Just I, the more of the boys I read, the more enamored I get with Garth's writing because it's it's just I don't know. There's just something about it. He just understands people. Um,
One of the
and
reasons why I like the Jennifer Blood series, even with Stephen Grant continuing the character, it was like it wasn't like it was crass, it was crude, but it wasn't like that's all it was. There was more to it, but I don't know.
there's a little bit here at the end you covered about the flag, which I think is just Garth telling a little bit of a story here because he is a Brit himself, and so he writes for Brits, but he also it's comics are an American industry, so this is a little bit of a kind of educational storyline here, and like Huey's kind of our audience, or the viewpoint of the audience, and it's I thought it was an interesting thing about um, how UK and America we look at different. Like Americans are very much big on the flag, and it's it's I don't know if it's important, but it is probably good to remember that different societies don't necessarily think the way that we do. And I thought it was a kind of a cool little uh, point here to talk about it. And then also a little bit of I don't know if it's foreshadowing, but uh, it seems a little telling about MM talking about if you put too much emphasis on it, it starts to mean nothing at all. Um, I don't know if that's like knock at the superheroes and putting too much emphasis. I don't know. Um, but overall, the whole story. Uh, how did how'd you think of it? Is this one of the top stories for you? Like, where did it fit with the rest of the boy stuff we've read thus far?
What I liked about the most about this is that the whole advancement of Homelander's personality stuff. That makes me like thinking like, okay, I'm excited to read issue 32 now. I want to know what's gonna go. It's gonna continue. We're gonna see more of Homelander going crazy. Is Huey ever gonna talk about the whole thing with Black Noir? Why didn't Black Noir say anything? What's going on?
Right.
Is that so? I am curious to see what's gonna happen with that. But overall, it's like Herogasm was yeah, it was crude and stuff and all, but that was just like the cover part of it. It wasn't like wasn't the whole thing. They use it as like it's like your be like what do they call it your front they put on, and then the real story is what's happening, inside the book, you know. But
I really liked it. I really liked Herogasm. I was kind of not looking forward to it just because I was like, it's just gonna be a bunch of raunchy, like stuff, but
See, and that's
the story isn't really Herogasm. Herogasm is just the setting. The
yep,
story just
exactly.
happens in this ridiculous setting. Uh, and I love how he weaves multiple like subplots. We got the story of, you know, the hooker girl. Um, we got the story of the boys trying to get, you know, their contact, and it turns out it's not the VP like you think. And then once they get the contact, we get this whole subplot of how there's the Red River thing. Then we get this backstory about the president, Dakota Bob, and the 9/11. There's always like little mini sub stories within the greater story. There's so much going on um, in this. It's really incredible that I feel like I don't know. I guess I'm just so used to modern comics being so simplistic that when I read something like this, I'm like, oh yeah, this is how good writing can get. Like when you've got a real talent. So um, I'm so enamored with this series. Like I don't know if this isn't my favorite of the boys, but it's like right up there. It's so consistent. There's never a I can't think of a single time where I'm like, ah, this was kind of a boring story. Every single time I'm like, this is like maybe not a home run, but it's a solid double or triple. That's for
Yep.
you, Eric Breen, even though you're asleep. All right. Any final comments about the boys?
Uh, like I said, I hope you guys check this out on your own. I know we spoiled a lot of it, but take the time to go back and actually read through it. It's actually pretty cool. The story. I always say, man, Garth Ennis is the reason why he's popular, not because he's horrible like Bendis. It's because he actually can write a story and actually make you think it's gonna be all about this. And and this is another example. This book, as far as people will go online and say, "Oh, I don't like this." You know, don't judge something by its cover. Read it yourself. Watch it
I have to
yourself.
admit, I judged the boy. It was the TV show that got me to
Yep.
reconsider the comic because the comic by itself, when I saw the cover, I was like, the boys, what the hell's that even about? Like the art didn't seem like my cup of tea. I wasn't really a big Garth Ennis fan. I didn't like hate Garth Ennis. I respected that he was a well-known talent, but he'd never I had never read anything that made me just go, "Oh my gosh, Garth Ennis. Yeah, yeah," you know. I was like, "Yeah, he's got his fans and that's fine." But since then, as I've been reading this and I've been reading other Garth Ennis stuff, I'm like, "Oh, oh yeah, he's really damn good. Holy shit." It's getting to the point now where I just want to go explore. Like I'm looking at this Battlefields book and I'm like, I don't want, I kind of want to pick this up and read his war stories. Because he's just so darn good. And speaking of war stories, uh, if anyone has not yet read a book called Sarah, that I'm trying to remember the comic company that did it. TKO did it.
TKO, yeah.
Sarah, written by Garth Ennis, illustrated by Steve Epting. It's absolutely beautiful, gorgeous art. Um, Superb writing. It's a World War II story about these that takes place in Russia, the Russian front of World War II, with these girls who are turned into a sniper team to help fight against the Germans. And holy cow, is it an amazing story where it goes in places I had never expected, and it's just super powerful story, beautifully illustrated. It's a work of art. Anyways, highly recommend that.
All right.
That concludes our boys club. Ed Brewer's joined us
Yeah.
in the house. Good to see you, Ed. I haven't seen you in a while. Um, Ed says, "Don't
Mo-
judge a comic by the cover." What? Don't judge a comic by the cover.
As I like to call him, I like to say it's Eric, Breen, and Boyd.
Rhaegar's going to sleep. Yes, we stayed up late enough to make Rhaegar go to sleep.
I
Good night,
finally put him to
Rhaegar.
sleep.
It's time for us to get to bed too. But before we do,
But not together, though.
not together, but you promised.
Soldier Boy.
You promised.
I
before we
promise.
go,
Oh, oh,
we
oh, the
you know what
worst one.
time it is.
It's like I
We
already
have
have my.
to we have to take a look and tell people what to avoid this Wednesday. It's like a minefield out there in the comic book store. We don't want you guys hitting a mine. Read only good comics if you can. So with that, RDV, what should be avoided this Wednesday?
Oh, all right. A little. You want to do a five, or you just want to talk just randomly
Just
in order?
random.
All
Just
right. I did see one. Dark Crisis: Worlds Without a Justice League Wonder Woman #1.
dude, that's a mouthful.
Wait till you see his writing it, then you'll understand why. Right there.
Oh my god, this cover already is making me cringe.
Teeny
Dark.
Howard.
Oh, Teeny
But
Howard.
but then Dan Waters has a backup story, looks like.
Why is Dan Waters being polluted with Teeny Howard?
Why is he going behind her?
Oh, right? Why is he the backup story? That's just come
Yeah,
on.
Martian Manhunter by Dan Waters, yeah.
Oh,
I saw that. I saw
poor
Teeny
Dan
Howard.
Waters.
I was just like, oh, I didn't see Dan Waters at first. I only saw Teeny Howard. And I was like, nope. I clicked back. I retreated.
Okay,
Oh,
look, we talk about these stupid backup stories a lot, and I hate them. But you know what? Comics especially should not have backup stories are these stupid tie-in books. Dark
yes.
Crisis, Worlds Without a Justice League, Wonder Woman, issue 1. It's a special comic that's created only to exploit this stupid event. This should not have a backup story. If you're going to do backup story stuff, put it in the main books that people are wanting to buy, like Detective
I'm not.
Comics or Batman. I don't want backup stories, but at least in those books people are buying them. You get I gotta go.
Like,
If
is
I
it?
want to read this Dan Waters story, I gotta go buy this stupid ass book that no one cares about.
I need to know. Rager asked her of what is a woman? Is that a woman? There's no boobs.
I see boobs. Not everyone's got to
Where?
be
Well,
de-chested.
I don't see any. I don't even see a cleavage. I don't
She's
see
got
anything. I don't
arm.
even,
She's got armor on.
is it armor or is it just skin tight?
No, that's like a chest plate. It's armor.
Maybe it's the bad angle
Yeah. Yeah.
or
Anyways, yeah.
top.
Yep. Not paying $5 for a Teeny Howard book for that. Nope. Nope. Nope.
I
Nope.
would pay any money for Howard.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But
You
it's
couldn't even pay
$5.
me. It's,
All right. So
boy,
my avoidance is the coming out party. I
Revelation.
hinted at this one earlier.
Quit showing that. Oh, that was in full
Uh,
screen.
yep. Drink it in. Drink
Oh,
it in.
no. Not only that, take away the whole gayness. I don't like the whole belt buckle. It looks dumb.
Everything about this looks dumb. It's so on the nose. Oh, look, it's a rainbow. And look at his hair. Like they're just
Have
in
you
the
watched Expanse?
and he's got duck lips, and I'm just like, what?
Uh,
It's
Have you watched Expanse?
I have seen the first 2 seasons.
Okay, you see the black girl that's with the main guy.
Right.
That's what it looks like if you basically whitewash her. With the same hairstyle and the lips.
Well, for those of us that don't want to be tormented by a cover that's going to give us nightmares, here's a cutesy alternate cover of it.
Yeah, like for the pets.
That's cute.
Until it scratches your eyes out and you become Nick Fury.
It's the, the I don't want to see
Crypt-
anything inside. I like this.
It's
I like cute animal art. But
it, yeah, it's Crypto and what was the cat's name? Streaky.
why
Yeah,
why can't you just give me a comic of this? Like why do I have to have it on my Jonathan Kent book? And then
because we
here's the
yeah.
A cover.
You do have a
Uh,
comic book of that. It's called Samurai Donkey too. Issue 2's out this week.
All right, so avoid this, please. Please stop rewarding DC for bad stuff. All right, anything else?
Uh, well, we can always avoid Spider-Man, but that's
How
Batgirl's
can you
though.
avoid Spider-Man? It's got Wolverine on the cover.
That's not Wolverine.
Well, it's the guy
That's
who
Elon
used to
Musk.
borrow Wolverine's name.
That's Elon Musk in the costume. Look at those lips, teeth. It's Elon Musk. The jawline.
You know,
And
if you're gonna
it's
put text on a cover, I'm not really a big fan of text on the cover, but if you're gonna, can you make it not sound stupid?
can you mind to make him look like he's 15 years old and he's supposed to be 30 in the book?
Should I be as scared as I am?
Is
More,
he wearing a
bub.
backpack? No, it's just armor. Why is see that's the other thing too. It's like the last time he put on Spider armor, Doc Ock swapped buys with him. So dumb. I just don't understand why they upgraded his suit. He's not Iron Spider. He's not Iron Man. I'm gonna accept technology from my greatest enemy. Killed my girlfriend. He's tried to kill me multiple times. Yeah.
All right.
Batgirls is bad. Uh, I don't see how it gets any better.
It's got your favorite artist.
Ooh, Riley Roswell.
Isn't this Rossmo? Or is it
That's
someone that
Conrad,
just looks like
or,
Rossmo?
or maybe Roswell's doing the cover though. I don't know.
No, it's someone that looks
Jorge,
similar.
Jorge Corona.
It's not
Have
it's
there
not
been any better
awful.
covers?
It's
Are there any
it's
better
supposed to
covers?
look creepy, I guess. It's fine.
No, creepy.
All right, here's one you should avoid. Edge of Spider-Verse.
Night Spider. Yes.
Spider-Man
Spider-Man India,
India.
who's also been one of the worst creations they did.
Sakura Spider.
It's just dumb.
It's so dumb. Was the
It's
last
like
issue had like the Tyrannosaurus Rex Spider-Man? So stupid.
No, it had Captain
Ah.
Britain.
Oh, look.
Uh,
It's the most
yeah.
overly homaged cover in existence. Spider-Man 300. Can you please stop doing these? I love homage covers. I think they're neat. This one has been
Wait,
done probably
wait.
500 times.
Is that Felicia Hardy as Spider-Man or Spider-Woman?
Probably. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, I think that's
Like,
this Night Spider.
cool. Here's you
Anka.
combine the two things you combine the two things you love: Spider-Man and Black Cat, but you leave out the cleavage. I don't know.
Uh,
The me you love in the dark sucked. Empty hype. Says Skipitosh.
Empty Hype. The Me You
All right.
Love in the Dark. I heard about that book, but I did not read it.
Marvel Venom's gonna be Miss Marvel Venom. That's you can avoid that for $5. Who's writing that?
These they're doing a lot of these like one-shot books and
Jody
putting
Hauser.
characters together like this. Yeah, Jody Hauser. Like I just why don't you just do a Marvel team up book and then you could just throw characters. But they did
My thing
this
is,
last month, and they have like Moon Girl, X-Men, and Moon Girl
yeah.
number one.
Well, no, here's the thing. I didn't think they're gonna do this, but actually, it's continuation from that. But they keep initially, oh, this is Marvel and Venom. It's a number one. No, it should be issue 2, Miss Marvel and Venom, or whatever. No, they
Oh
should
yeah, Miss
continue.
Marvel, Moon Knight. Oh jeez.
Just because it's a new character, but you're keeping the same character, Miss Marvel. So her teaming up with other people should be a number. Quick, freaking number ones.
Yep, gotta have number ones.
I can't believe Silvercoin's still going. That's crazy.
I'm happy for this. Like I think this is a neat idea.
If it had been
Um,
DC, it probably would have been canceled by then.
oh, it's got a different writer.
Porn,
Porn sock
porn sack.
Petch I can't even pronounce that name.
Pitch and shot.
But yeah, I mean, I think Skip still reads this book. Um, I really like the concept of this.
Oh,
Michael Walsh is the creator of it, and he does the cover. Well, he does the cover art here, and he does the art of the book. And what he does is he hires writers to come up with stories in his this world of Silvercoin that he's created, and it's a horror book. And so every issue, it's a different writer, and they're usually named writers, like people you know, like Jeff Lemire did an issue,
James
Josh
Tinian.
Williamson, James Tinian, some big writers did it. And from the way I understand it, and Skip can correct me or anyone else that if I'm wrong, it's more of almost like a Twilight Zone type of thing, where it's not like a continuous story, but rather
Yeah,
stories
different writer every month.
that just sort of they're all thematically tied, but they're not necessarily narratively tied. And they're kind of a horror esque
Like
thing,
Orphan
and
Black
yeah, I guess so. I think that's a neat concept.
or Black.
It's
What is it? Black or is it called Black Mirror?
Black Mirror was another one.
Yeah.
Um, so what's neat about this too is it enables you to pick up this series at any time. So this is issue 14. You don't have to be like, oh, I need to go into number 1 and to follow the narrative. You could just pick up issue 14 if you wanted, and check it out. But where the consistency is tied is in the art, because it's the same artist every time. And I think that's a neat idea. I would like to see more artists try to
Didn't they do
do,
that?
like
Didn't they
go
do that with
and
Spider-Man?
well, I don't know if it would work with a mainstream book, but I mean, like
No,
if
but
you're a really
they
good
did that.
artist,
They were doing that though.
oh, who
Every other
knows?
issue had a different writer. They had the same
Oh,
artist.
that was something else. I'm talking about
With it
like
being,
deliberate, like if you're
I
like a
know.
good artist, but you don't necessarily you're not a writer, but you like so I want you want to do work. You come up with a concept, and then you go out and collaborate and get writers to come in and do work for you. So you'll continue to be able to do work. It'll be based on your concept. It doesn't have to be horror. I'd love to see this be spun off with like a sci-fi. You could maybe, well, there's probably not enough comedy writers out there to do comedy,
All
but
right. So I want to address what our bro Skip has been saying. First of all, you want to clear that the Jorge Corona did the artwork for the Me, You, and Love in the Dark. Casper Winegard variant cover for the Silver Coin this week, which I saw too because the guy, I think he's worked with Jen Waters, and he's as Skip I guess confirming. But and he talked about there's a different writer every month for a silver coin. But he said that Porn Sack, whatever Sack, whatever, is the writer of The Good Asian, which beat the many deaths of Lily Star for Nizer, which he's upset about.
I have not read The Good Asian. I have read
Well,
Many Deaths of
I
Layla
heard,
Starr,
well,
and I
I'll
feel
just say
quite
it though.
confident in saying that The Good Asian probably is nowhere near Layla Starr, because I have not heard a single person say anything great. I've heard some people say, "Yeah, Good Asian's good, it's decent." I have not heard one single like, "Oh my god, The Good Asian is." Layla Starr is one of the best comics I've read.
But
Period.
in the title though, it says Good Asian, so it must
Oh,
be a good Asian book.
that's just. But it's the Eisners, man. The Eisners have not meant anything in
No, they
20
haven't.
years.
Words haven't meant ever anything.
The Eisners used to be solid.
The eyes are like the Oscars and Academy Awards. They're
Well,
just
the Academy Awards used to be solid. I
yeah,
they
back in
but they got polluted by. I mean, the thing is, what makes the Eisners good, or when they were good, same thing with the Academy Awards, is it was an award system run by the people in the industry, right? So using the Academy Awards as an example, the award for like best film editor, or best editor, the only people that are allowed to nominate movies are actual film editors. So it's people who know what they're talking about. It's not some jackass like me to be like, oh. And so when you had the industry controlling, and you're getting basically awards from your peers, the Eisner's the same way. Like people who were getting Eisner awards were getting awards from people in the comic industry, their peers. The problem is in the 21st century, the comic industry started getting polluted by a lot of these people who, the Teeny Howards, the Vita Ayalas, the people who aren't classic industry pros. A lot of people who don't even really like the industry that they're in. So that's why the Eisners don't mean anything. Furthermore, it's become totally politicized. So you don't have a prayer in hell of getting an award if your book isn't preaching a certain political stance. So whatever. Ed says, I have the
Yep.
first 4 or 5 Ice Cream Man books. I really like the series, but don't really buy comics anymore. Well, I can kind of understand that. Skip loves Ice Cream Man. Skip says Silvercoin is hit or miss. It really depends on the writer. Josh Williamson, Ram V, Chip Zdarsky, Rosenberg, and Tinian's issues were all really good. Um, and of course, that's the con of that type of series, right? Because it's going to be ups and downs. Every writer is going to have a different quality. I still think it's a good idea, and if you can maintain at least good writers, hopefully it never dips into being bad, right? You
Oh
may not
yes,
always
I
have a
agree.
home run issue, but at least if they're like, yeah, it was fine, like um, I myself could be happy with that. I'm just not a big horror guy, so it takes a lot more. That's why I never really got into Silvercoin because I was like, I respect that it's there. I might even enjoy reading it, but it's not what I look for. So it really has to go like an extra mile to win me over.
Plus, I'm not a huge gore fan of the horror movies, the gore slash stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's gross. I mean, comic book form is a little different because it's like it's cartoony. Like Invincible, it's cartoony the gore. But seeing that in actual person in a movie, ugh, no, thank you. I don't need someone's face being ripped off.
Yeah.
I saw Hellraiser. Never again. Let's see. The Flash book. If you like Ezra Miller, there's a tie-in.
Well, I
Tie-in to the
love
movie.
Ezra Miller. I
I,
especially love Ezra Miller when he's choke slamming bitches. That's my favorite Ezra Miller.
I mean, when they got it going to them, you got to do it. Do a choke slam. That should be the name of his book.
Ah. Oh man.
Uh,
I shouldn't laugh, but it's funny. Um,
I'm not. I mean, there's some.
I know
I
you're
mean,
into Spider Punk.
I would avoid that.
You're gonna totally get this. Look at this. This is a Venkman book all over it. Look, she's got a I don't she's got a knuckle is that a knuckle bar? Is that what those are called? It says embiggen.
Knuckle bar. It's called brass knuckles. Yeah.
I guess, but how does that work? It wouldn't that not work with her since her hands get bigger, but metal doesn't actually stretch? So,
Maybe that. Maybe that metal is just really big.
but the when her hand goes to normal size, then what happens? She's got this
Then she can't.
gigantic.
But then she can't hold it.
This is
I don't know.
so okay. Anyways,
Stop asking me
go
questions.
go away. Um, there's not really much to pick on because a lot of the stuff is just everyone knows.
I'm gonna give the Midnight Suns a chance. I've never heard of the writer. I'm gonna give it a chance though.
You never heard of Ethan Sachs?
Nope.
He did the Old Man Hawkeye.
Oh, now
Ethan
I
Sachs
actually
is a
want to read more.
pretty he's a pretty solid writer. So
I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Blade and Wolverine, and then Wolverine's in his old costume.
yeah,
Got
this is a
got.
hodgepodge. This is like a total non-continuity book, right? It's like just throw all
But
these characters in a book,
well,
and
my question is this gonna tie in with the video game?
I
Because there's a video game cover variance.
maybe.
The one
Oh,
on the far right is the video.
there's a
Yeah.
Kevin Eastman variant.
Yep.
Look at that. Kevin Eastman drawn Wolverine is kind of funny.
Chibi Ghost Rider and Chibi Wolverine.
Here's the RDV variant that he would get.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's Gil Kane. I didn't know he was still drawing the pig nose and everything. Yeah, the upper
Is
right
the
of the gray one is the video game one.
oh, I clicked on
That's
the
a better
wrong one.
cover. Still a better cover though. That's cool. I might get that one. That's probably incentive though. That's the video
Oh,
game cover.
oh yeah, the video game. I forgot they gave them all costumes that don't look like the comics.
I know, right?
Um, whatever. Um, yeah, Ethan Sachs is he's a solid writer. Um, I'm honestly surprised that they haven't given him like a main series.
But look
If
at
I
that
were, if,
incentive. That's an incentive cover. What that bottom right there one, the one you just were on before, to the right of the girl, down there, down. That one. That should be my main cover. That would get more people in than the cover they have up.
I
I
don't know
like,
if this cover's not terrible. It's really generic. It's
and that's
meant to
not Johnny Blaze.
this is
That's a
meant to
female ghostwriter.
appeal. This is meant to appeal to people I think that don't care
There's two
about
guys
comics.
and four females. That's not Johnny Blaze. That's the other. That's the female ghostwriter,
Whatever.
the new one.
Well, who
The,
cares? No one cares about her. No one cares. I'm gonna talk about some good things here because I'm not on your show. Which, by the way, go ahead and plug your show for tomorrow.
yes. Probably go around either 7 or 8. I'm not sure if Skip wants to join us. I know that Zach will be back on the channel again. For tomorrow. So we either look at 7 p.m. Central or 8 p.m. Central, one of those times. Uh, basically, we just take the 5 books from our pull list, and then we think we're gonna be the best. But what we're most excited to read. I know Zach will have Jurassic League on there. He loves that. I might throw Batman and Robin on there. It's Mark Waid. If Mark Waid's doing it the same thing he's doing with finance, he puts the same effort into that one, Batman versus Robin. I actually I might like it. So yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I'm not on your show, so I'm gonna make a couple of picks here of
you're
some
you're
good
gonna scroll
stuff.
down infinitely to the indie stuff.
Let's scroll down to the stuff that no one buys. Um,
Yes, you're one
I'm not
book.
buying Do a Power Bomb, but a lot of people are really enjoying this, so I'm just gonna highlight it here. Um, I like Daniel Warren Johnson's art. There's something very energetic about it. It's over stylized, but I like stylized comic art. I really want to
It's like Badlands or
I want to give
Borderlands.
it a chance. It's not really my cup of tea, but when people like stuff, I want to try it. Here is the final issue of Righteous Thirst for Vengeance. This is one of my number one anticipated books, but also kind of a bummer. um, but this has been such a great ride. This is such a fantastic book.
So
Um,
he's editing 2 books at the same time.
and let's see what else. Um,
Yeah, because daily classes
oh,
is coming.
here's my favorite new book. I'm so excited when I find something that I just have a really strong emotional attachment to. This book is the first issue was so fun. I totally picked this up on a whim. I just was hoping it would be mildly entertaining. I
You
that's all
bought
I
this
was
immediately.
caring about. I was like, whatever. It's a dog. It's a samurai. Two things I love. I love dogs and I love samurai. I was like, I'm gonna pick up a number one. Just whatever. Even if it sucks, whatever. It's fun. It's
I
indie
love
book.
dogs, and I love them seeing them getting shot. So
And then lo and behold, it turned out to be awesome. Two Brazilian creators, writer and an artist. Turns out that the writer is a big fan of Hayao Miyazaki, who's I'm a big fan of, one of my favorite creators. The basically he's known as the Japanese Disney. He's astounding, and I was like, oh, no wonder I enjoy your sensibility and your writing. Um, and I just I can't say enough about this book. It it blew me
I only
away.
I only have one.
I love having enthusiasm about something. It's kind of like with like Venkman on like Red Sonja or something. Like you're just something when you're into it.
So
Um,
the Robo, there's only one flaw I see with this. The Robo Vulture being the mentor. So he's AI. He's constantly learning things. So where does he back up his information, his memories into the cloud? Because he has a limited hard drive space, so he has to
what are you
overwrite
talking
everything.
about?
So
The
I didn't say the problem with robots.
the
If the
robot,
vulture's supposed,
the vulture is just a cute side character.
no,
It's
it's
not
his mentor.
it's not his mentor.
Scroll up and read the thing. Is Robo Vulture mentor Ray. The Vulture's the one that found him when he was a pup.
No,
That's it.
they
Yes.
we'll see how the story goes out.
I'm just saying it's just the one thing I hate about AI and robots because like they don't have they have to have memory bank somewhere, otherwise they can't remember call stuff.
I don't even that seems so irrelevant. It's just a robo character. Like, do you think that way about like the droids in Star Wars?
Yeah,
You do. You're like, where do they back up their memories? Like, it's just
this
a character.
the Star Cloud.
The Star Cloud. Anyways, I'm having so much fun. I haven't had as much fun with the comic with
And
this since
Skip wants to know why aren't you
Ultra
buying?
Mega.
Why aren't you buying Dual Power Bomb?
Because I'm not a big pro wrestling person, and I thought
I think you might
just
like it though.
comics about pro wrestling.
Well,
Just
that's see, like the boys, we've got Herogasm. That's just the what you think. It's actually more than that. There's a deeper
well, look,
story.
I am open minded to the idea that the book could impress me. I'm not saying the book's dumb. I don't know. I'm just simply saying the subject matter is not something that grabs me. Furthermore, not only am I not big on pro wrestling, but I absolutely have no desire for female pro wrestling. I think female pro wrestling is
I'm
cringe.
just gonna say this: Godzilla versus the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Holy crap! They're on issue 5. I never even saw the first issue. And just Godzilla crossing over with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Is he a villain? Are they villains? What is the point of this? It just seems so absurd. The Mighty King are so they're allies going against the King of what? Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
It's
That
it's
is
got Freddie Williams Jr. doing the art though. Or Freddie Williams second, I guess. Whatever.
it's just no. What is this? It's
I
it's
like
like
this
IDW's
artist.
like IDW's like, you know what, bro? Or you can just it's like they're passing around the peace pipe. You know we should do this. It'd be awesome if we do this. Yeah, let's do this.
You
So
know,
it's like
it's look. There's crazier crossovers. Godzilla, Power Rangers. They seem to fit to me. This isn't something that I have desire. I'm morbidly curious to see. I like Freddie Williams the second.
it's like Godzilla teaming up with James Bond.
No, it's not. It's two
That's so
Japanese
fair.
franchises that feature giant
A Jap-
monsters and
Japanese
megazords.
franchise and
Like
American franchise.
they're not American. It's a two Japanese Power
Power Rangers
Rangers.
is the Saban. That is the American version.
The tokusatsu original stuff that Power Rangers stole from is Japanese.
Yes, but the way they write this stuff, the IDW, they're not writing it based off the Japanese thing. They're basically off the American butchered
I
version.
get it, but my point is the creation, what they are, all the footage of the Power Rangers that you see fighting in their Megazords, that's all Japanese creation. And the Power Rangers fight kaiju. Godzilla is a kaiju. It's not like they don't mix. Now, crossovers like Ghostbusters Transformers, that's a lot more bizarre. So I don't know. This does not seem weird to me, other than the fact that I don't really like crossover mashups like this. But for people who do, Power Rangers Justice League was a weirder crossover than this to me.
I don't know, man. It seems absurd.
I think that's the point. I mean, it's Power Rangers. If you're a fan of Power Rangers, but you don't like absurdity, I don't understand. Just it's
I never
Power
said I was a fan.
Rangers.
I'm not a fan of Power either one of them.
Well,
But it looks like they're going. It looks like they're going from the original cast, so the original first season stuff, with the dinosaur stuff. The
Power
Megazords
Rangers
were
is a hokey. It's hokey tokusatsu. Godzilla is hokey men in rubber suits. Like
Godzilla is like a villain, I thought, and then he destroys
Godzilla is
everything.
only a villain in the original movie. Every Godzilla movie afterwards, he's like the savior of Japan. And he always fights an evil. Like here, it's King Ghidorah is the monster. So
Well,
it
that was
looks like
Ghidorah.
the Power Rangers are teaming up with Godzilla to fight King Ghidorah.
Ghidorah,
King Ghidorah.
not Ghidorah. Oh, maybe.
Or uh, however you pronounce it. I've
I
heard it
don't know.
pronounced Ghidorah.
Three-headed dragon.
So yeah, I
Godzilla
mean
is considered.
Godzilla is pro wrestling. If you watch Godzilla movies, not the original is fantastic, but all the sequel Godzilla movies are essentially pro wrestling. It's Godzilla versus whatever. It's essentially a giant pro wrestling match, except with kaiju destroying Tokyo. Is the wrestling rink is always Tokyo.
Ooh, are you still reading Daredevil?
I am not.
Issue 3's out.
Not yet. It'll be Wednesday.
Yeah.
Should I continue reading this?
The first two are alright, but
You're not selling it very hard.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's Zdarsky, bro.
Well, I'm not hearing a lot of enthusiasm, so I don't feel like I'm missing much. That's a
Did you
cool
ever
cover
finish the other
though.
one?
I don't know if I finished the other one. I may not have actually. I think I lost a lot of interest when they announced what they were doing. I got all pissed off. I was like,
That's the
"This, I'm
Cheadle
out."
cover. Comment. That Cheadle cover goes unbelievably hard. I'm just reading it to see if she's gonna drop the costume, go back to being Elektra.
I don't need to read it to see if that happens or not. I could just follow along and
Well, you won't
um
know in the book.
I'll know. It'll become obvious if she doesn't stay as the Daredevil. Like
I mean, you could probably look on some of the comic book sites, but I don't look at comic book sites. I just
just look at the covers. When I start seeing her in her normal Elektra costume again, I'll be like, oh, she's not. Or if I see the covers and she's still every cover of Daredevil, she's in this costume, then I'll know she doesn't switch.
yeah, but variant covers are not really necessarily what's affecting what's going on in the comic book itself. Sometimes they change them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if I look at the covers and Daredevil and she's on a cover, because
Oh,
if
that's the
she's
main
still
cover.
around,
Yeah, yeah.
so I'll know. It's not like it'll be hidden. And plus, you're reading it, so you'll tell me. It's like just
Maybe I won't.
someone will tell me. I'll get Zach to tell me.
We're all promising not to tell you. We made a vow. We'll
Oh
tell you
my
we'll tell you
goodness.
what goes on in Batgirl. So
Let's stop looking at all these dumb covers. So the other book I'm interested in getting, and I'm not sure if I'm going to pull the trigger because it's expensive, is another Rick Remender book, but the deluxe hardcover for Seven to Eternity comes out. All 17 issues. I read issue number 1 of this and I really liked it.
Only 17. Only 17. Is it done with?
Yeah, it's a complete series.
Oh,
But this is the deluxe hardcover. Um,
guy with a shotgun.
so it's like I said, I read the first issue and it was really good, and I was like, oh, I want to read more. And now there's the hardcover. It's 544 pages, so that's that's quite a
Ed
lot. This is gonna be a
Brubaker.
thick book.
Ed Brubaker said he's got two of those. Good art. I guess he's got two of
Skip
the
says
deluxe
you were
ones.
right. By the way, you asked who was right. You or me? Skip sided with you.
He said, "I think," though, so that's like a that's a wishy washy. Either you're at 100% or you're not.
He didn't say I was right. He thinks so. At least still more on your side.
Oh, floppy issues says he's got.
Skip says I love basketball, but WNBA is boring after 2 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Is that still a thing? I thought WNBA was gone.
Mm. No, they're gonna prop that up forever. And then they're gonna guilt you into if you
It's like a
don't like it,
Halloween.
you're gonna be guilted.
Every Halloween, I gotta prop it up like a Halloween set, and they're like, "Yeah, it's still here. It's back, and it's gone."
Uh, Side note, says Skip, listen to the album "Take Me to Your Leader" by King Ghidra. Okay. Uh, Is there a reason I should
Uh,
listen to it? Like,
because oh, if you like Godzilla stuff, it's a Godzilla metal band probably talking about King Ghidorah, whatever.
sounds like a metal band. I didn't know Skip listened to metal though, but
Oh, 544 pages for 17 issues. So I guess that's all right.
it's a lot of stories for. Holy shit! James Heron is the artist? What? Oh man, I
It says,
really have to go
it
pick this up
it
now.
says right on the cover too.
I didn't even. It doesn't look
Underneath
like
the
James Heron though.
look under recommender.
I know. Well, no, it says
Well,
Jerome
that's because he's like
Pena.
no bottom left under recommender's name.
That's
Right
really
there.
small.
That's what she said.
With James Heron and Matt Hollingsworth. So
Yeah, because it says right
he
there.
must not do all the art. Like, what is?
Maybe he's on the last couple issues. Took over.
Yeah,
Who knows?
speaking of which, James, what are you doing? Why are you not making more Ultra Mega books? Very upset.
Too much work.
Very.
Skip Tesha says that Jerome is the main artist for that series.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know why I just saw that name and I was like James Heron, but I was like I read the issue. I didn't look like James Heron's art. So, but I did like it. Um, I mean, this is his art here on the cover, I believe.
No, that's not him. That's it's a Jerome Opina.
That's what I'm talking about. Trauma Pena.
Yeah, yeah, Pena.
Um, so I might have to pick this up. Well, it's a lot. $60 book. Well, you get
Just drop
17.
everything else.
Well, I only have 3 books. These other 2 are free. This is a Batman Day. So it's actually today, September 13th. Let's see if my store has.
What?
You get the Batman's Mystery Case Book. It's Batman Day
Yeah,
Special Edition, number 1. It's free.
with Charlie Fish, who wrote a lot of stuff in the 70s and 80s, as far as like the Scooby Doo stuff, books.
It looks like a little kids thing.
Well,
Um,
yeah,
which I wouldn't pay if this was like a $3.99, but for free, I'm like, I'm gonna try it out. Um, and then of course you can get Hush #1. Oh yeah.
Yep. This one has Killer Croc, I believe. Unlike the
It's got a
animated
bunch of
movie.
villains.
Well, no, I'm just saying it has Killer Croc instead of where the movie swapped out Croc with King Shark. Or was it Bane? I can't remember what it was, but yeah.
So that's really all.
What's it over there? Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer? What's that?
Yeah, they're doing a comic of Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer.
Doran Grobik. I don't know. Gronbik?
Um,
So there you've seen it. A lot of good books and a lot of bad books.
where the Sacrament book. It looks cool cover.
Peter Milligan. Yep.
Looks interesting. Just AWA's all over the map. I wish they were more consistent and not in quality. I think they're probably consistent in quality, but just do the same book.
Armored,
Like they'll do a book and be like,
yeah.
"This is amazing," and then they never see it again. It's like,
Armored Darkness versus Reanimator has actually been a fun book.
are you getting that? You're
Yep.
reading it?
Evil Ash is back
Oh,
from Armored Darkness.
it's Bad Ash.
The good Ash. Do little tissues.
And then Skip is getting Space Lady because his comic book store actually has these.
I know, that's crazy.
Oh, I so want to read issue #1.
Well, if you ask him last
Uh,
year, he'll let you read his copy.
yes, but I cannot find a way to read it.
He has to send it to you.
Yeah, that costs money. Um,
Don't
costs
worry, you
money
guys are saving up.
twice because I gotta send it and then send it
You
back.
kidding me? You guys are saving money on electricity. You just drive your car over now because now you can afford the gas.
Uh,
You're not spending money on electricity, right? Because you have no
um,
electricity, he turns it off,
you
right?
know, gas is like 5.65 a gallon.
Yeah, but he's turning off your electricity, so you're not paying for that if it's turned off, right? Right? I don't have to keep paying for my electricity, I don't have access to it, right?
I still have to pay 5.65 a gallon. With
You'll
uh,
be fine. You guys don't have winter over there. Invest in a horse.
we do have summer though. It gets over 100.
Get an umbrella.
Popstar Assassin. I have no idea what this is, but it's weird. It's got a chick with a fro.
Looks
This is
like
what we need. We need more. We need some more
exploit.
black exploitation books. Like good. I want to. Yeah.
Oh, Skip said I can read it to y'all in Discord. There we go. Just
There
put your
you
camera
go.
down at the book. Put your camera at the book and just read it to us. Our boy Skip. Your boy Skip.
I was thinking about picking it up digitally. You can get them for. They're doing the $1.99 thing
Yeah, I am getting the back issue. Yes, Marania. Yes, that's scroll down and click on it. I don't know if it's
on the what?
the back issue, the new one coming out right there.
Back issue
Yeah.
magazine.
Yep. It's down. This is right there. Yep. They're ready for prime time Marvel Heroes. Star Fox, Thunderbird, Wonder, Wood God. Yep. It's yeah. Look at that. Do you have like Bronze Age second bananas? All the B list guys, and
All of
then
these
stuff like
characters
yeah.
were bigger than Echo, who's getting a TV series. Just want to say that.
Deck of Hearts is actually a character right now. Doc Samson, Thundra, Nighthawk, Star Fox. Yeah. And Warpath, Thunderbird and Warpath, Stingray, Wonder. Yeah, Kurt Busiek, Peter David, Steve Englehart, Steve Gerber, Keith Given, Stephen Grant, Bill Mantel, David Michelin, Roger Stern, Dory Thomas, and other A-list talents. I always love that. That game is just fun if you just want to learn about Bronze Age stuff, characters and the process behind them. Like one of them actually had a features that they're talking about the hostess ads. So
Well,
yeah, yeah. Bendis did. Yeah, speaking of Echo, Bendis did ruin Jekyll Hearts. He had back Jekyll Hearts explode in space. Sergeant Werewolf, Scout Comics. What? Always to the left. What is that? I got like Grindhouse like vibes.
yeah,
uh,
must save his team from a castle of horrors.
he's supposed to infiltrate a castle in Germany. He's captured, but he's killed.
The
Hours later,
Nazis are
he's
trying to evoke the Norse god of thunder, Thor, to save them in their war efforts. This sounds
yep.
rad.
You know, dude, I
Yeah,
might get that if they
I
have it.
like this old school variant, but it's an incentive variant. That's kind of neat sounding.
Reminds you of the commercial, the trailers they had for Grindhouse. Remember that
Oh
with the
yeah,
dares,
Grindhouse was great.
Nazi werewolves and stuff. I was like, ah,
That's it. Not a big
all right.
month. Oh, you're getting you get the new Robin Hood book.
Yep,
You're
yep,
gonna be getting this, huh?
yep.
Yeah, you know you are.
Continuation of the story.
Let me guess. This is the cover you're gonna get.
I mean, it's a cool cover, and I hate the white background. Like looking at a Fantastic Four book.
What background?
The white background.
What background?
The one that Vince Coletta got rid of. No.
What background? What do you do? You're not looking at any background.
That's an awesome bow. Like,
It is pretty awesome.
and then yeah, then there's the villain or that was supposed to be. I don't know. Baba Yaga. I mean, that's what I'm getting. That looks cool. Crazy.
That's too crazy. The the poses
the,
look
the,
un-
the,
I don't
the,
like when characters are in unnatural looking poses.
oh no, the dove. The three doves is flying up. This funny. That's like your anime thing.
Yep. It's a new number one for you. Or Robin Hood. Well, you guys, thank you for
Stingray
joining
was
us.
yeah, Stingray was the only armored hero in the first Armor Wars, not based on Stark Tech. There you go. Will he be in Armor Wars on Disney Plus? Better buy that issue. It's gonna go up in price. The Stingray.
It says he avoids back issues by lifting with the knees. Ba-dum, boom. Are you excited for Batman versus Robin?
Yep, that's something before it. It said Mark Wade, and I'm hoping he keeps the same thing he's been doing with World's Finest. And this is a continuation with Josh Williams' story about the whole thing. Yeah,
Everyone's getting back on the Mark Wade bandwagon.
I never really was off the Mark Wade. I liked his Flash stuff. I don't remember reading anything bad from him that was offensively bad. But then again, I don't read a lot of DC stuff, so I'm kind of picking and choosing here and there.
Just avoid his Trump era stuff.
It was Grant Morrison I usually avoided.
Yeah, Grant Morrison's this really good writer, but man, is he just like hit or miss. There's sometimes I read Grant Morrison and be like, "Oh yeah, you're good," and then there's other times I'm like, "What the hell am I reading?" He very much he doesn't. He's one of those type of writers who's like Bendis, like where he just will not bend to the book that he's writing. He will conform the book to him, and sometimes when he doesn't have to conform the book, like it can come off great, but then other times, like what the fuck did he do to Batman with the whole
His
Batman Inc. and
his whole Green Lantern season 2 thing, or whatever it
Yeah,
was.
the
It's
Green
called
Lantern, that was another
but
weird
but that
thing.
but it started off good, and then it went totally Tom King.
I don't
Or
know.
I
I
mean,
stopped buying it. I got 8 issues into that and I was like, I can't do anymore.
it went to the reverse world thing, which I hated because everything was in backwards. I had to hold the mirror just to read it. And then after that, that was right around when he said he's not he's come out as non-binary or whatever, or whatever he's binary or non-binary. I get confused. I don't give a shit anymore. When he came out and said he's gay, he basically the book turned for the worse, became all about Earth 11, which I didn't mind Earth 11, the gender flip thing, but it became like you see with that multiversity thing, Teen Verse, Earth 11. It became more about virtue signaling than it became about actual storytelling. It's like I don't mind a gender flipped Earth, you know, they've done it before, DC, but the whole point is just to say, hey, these people are the wokest of woke. Don't do it. But I'm not getting the Lindsay cover. I'm getting the other one. I think it's cover 8
This is
or
such a
cover B.
this is like so not Vampirella to me. I'm like, what the
It's not.
fuck is this?
This is 60s Barbarella. Whatever.
Yeah, it's like Vampirella is not supposed to remind you of Gidget.
Yeah, or whatever. Um,
This is so dumb.
it's the third one over there. I'm getting yeah.
You're getting a cosplay cover. I know
Nope.
you.
No. Nope.
You always get cosplay.
No, I don't. She's got a paper bag face.
Jesus.
Not the same thing there
What the
too.
hell is this? What the hell?
Her face is ugly in that one too.
Come on.
That's the one I'm getting right there.
This is like thick Vampirella.
Yeah, bro. TIC.
Look at those thighs. Jeez.
Yeah, bro.
Jeez
I wish,
Louise.
but I wish they were more like the Harris covers though. That's the thing I miss about a lot of these covers. The Harris Vaporel days, man, those covers were just awesome. They weren't painted. Look at that. It's clearly like CGI or painted or whatever. I like the original covers.
So with the fucking Austin Powers cover here.
If he's not in the book, I'll be pissed off.
So dumb.
Austin Powers. This the vamp who shagged me.
The hell is this?
Gollum.
Yeah, seriously, the whole point of Vampirella is that she's supposed to look sexy. This is not a flattering pose.
It looks like the Vampirella from that movie. They had, or not a Vampirella, but there was a vampire movie with a chick going around. She was gonna kill a mob boss. I forget what it's called.
So are you gonna get
Probably
the
the best
regular
cover though.
color one, or are you gonna get the one that's like mind warpy?
Nobody orders those. You have to use special order for a lot of these. Some of those are incentive covers. I don't know. I want to spend more than I have to.
Well,
The best the best
this one's not. This is the final order cover, final order cutoff variant.
but look at it's R. Cover R. The best cover though is the black cover with the Mind Warp title. Right above that. Right above the one your mouse is on.
A black one.
Yeah. That's
That's the
probably the best cover.
that's the best cover.
That is. I guess that's all I need. I don't need her on the cover. I mean, unless
Yes,
you're
you
gonna draw a
do.
cover.
Why are you getting Vampirella if you don't want her on the cover?
I mean, that's cool too. I like the bats. That's better than some of the other ones. She has the normal fingernails instead of having the daggers.
Yeah, it's not bad. You
It
can get
says
the colored.
Skipper Chat says not mad at the pancake boob.
This artist reminds me of the artist for Layla Starr.
Might be
I don't know if it is or not, but
something Joe or Jonathan Case.
it's
Scroll up. You can look above the description. I'll tell you who it is. Yep,
yeah,
Case Virgie.
Jonathan Case.
1 in 40. Oof.
I don't know who the artist was for. Oh, look, you can get a black and white version.
This is so weird. It's like in color or black and white, or you can get it.
I hate when
It's
they do
good.
this sort of stuff with variants, though, when they're like, "Oh, we're just gonna like change the colors." It's like it's the same exact art. We're just gonna throw a color
You
shader
see
on
that?
it.
You see that Herogasm? They had different covers. Like they had an X-ray version, a negative version of like the I think it was issue one. Came in like an X-ray or negative art.
Hmm. No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
This is a cool looking cover.
If it was had the title on it, yeah. I mean, I don't, but that looks
Yeah,
even sentimental.
I don't like the versions. I like the trade dress, but I like the I like the composition of it. I like the hands grabbing her. It's intriguing.
Like the blank covers looked like the '90s covers because you had the title and stuff. You know, you didn't really need all her on the cover. If you did, most time the artist they actually drew her a lot better. But who needs lame Vampirella when you got Gunn, honey? You know what? Gunn is been proven to be better than the two. Not to say that Vampirella hasn't had some good art and good writers. Dan Abnett is supposed to come back and continuing his Dark Powers Vampirella story. Ooh, Jeff Lemire.
So this is a book that no one's really talking about, and I'm kind of surprised because it's reuniting
Well, where
Jeff Lemire and Andre Sorrentino with colors by Dave Stewart, is one of the best colorists in the business right now. And it's a horror book. So this is the team that did what's the name of that series? Uh, Shit, help me out, Megman.
is the one we just no, it wasn't the one we just read. Not the other one. Town Called Terror. Look on the
No,
name. Look on Andrea Sorrentino. If that's the artist, you think
yeah, it
it
was
was?
the artist. It did Gideon Falls.
Oh, never
Yeah.
read that. I know Gravity Falls, but not Gideon
So it's the
Falls.
same art writer and artist that did Gideon Falls series, which was another horror book. Also, it's the that primeval. What was it? Primordial, the
Yep.
space story. I never actually
Yep.
read that. I do want to check it out. I think you were getting it for a while. I don't know
Yeah,
if you jumped.
I got I think like 4 or 5 issues. I got all or six maybe. I got all the issues. It wrapped up pretty nicely, you know. It left you
Um,
there were some questions left open, and same with his other story he did, Snow Angels, which I needs to have more. I need more. But
New series from the bold and ambitious horror universe of the Bone Orchard mythos. Is Bone Orchard mythos? I don't know what else was Gideon Falls Bone Orchard. I don't know.
maybe.
Is anyone else getting this?
Neil really was digging this 10,000 Black Feathers. And Skip Judge says it's called Gideon Fails. This is, I believe this book started on Jeff Lemire's Substack.
Oh, okay.
I do like the oh, look at the paper over there with the pencil, the cover. That's freaky.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the feather one. I like this cover too. Yeah. I think I read like the first 6 issues of Gideon Falls on my storytime stream what I used to do, and people were really digging it.
We'll bring that back and I'll read it as Arnold Schwarzenegger the whole
Skip
entire
says he's
time.
retiring from Jeff Lemire. That's too bad. It's too bad.
Well, you can't do that, Skip. He's already retiring from you. He announced yesterday on his Substack. He said no more Skip and Tosh.
Why are you retiring from Jeff Lemire? He's a good writer. I mean, I can understand not getting everything he does, but
Because
um,
he's not proven to be as good as Ram V.
Well, I mean,
Is that tomorrow too? Junkyard Joe?
yeah, it's coming out in October, baby. Look at that.
Oh, October. Okay. I was gonna say this
That's
Wednesday.
next
I was like,
month,
yeah, I thought you were going there this week still.
October 5th. It's coming out. Make sure you order it from your comic book store.
Yeah,
Support
it's already out.
support good comics.
You just scared me because I thought it was coming out this week. I was like,
I
dang, I
know.
forgot about that.
Gary Frank, Jeff Johns. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Does the girl draw the girl book? Oh, she does.
But look who's in the closet. Junkyard Joe.
Palpatine? Oh,
Oh man, I really love this series. So I cannot wait. For those of you who are like, who the fuck is Junkyard Joe? Jeff Johns did a series called Geiger. That was a 6-issue series, and Junkyard Joe is part of the same universe. Um, it's kind of hard to explain without spoiling stuff, but these characters are all interconnected. And
Junkyard Joe was sent to go after Geiger at the end of Geiger. That's how they connected. Now they're saying they're giving you a
oh
preview.
no, that's not how they connected it. There's a bigger connection of these characters all have a history together.
I know I'm not saying what it is. I'm just saying. So, yep. So Junkyard Joe is getting his own little mini series here to explain who he is, his backstory, and then will they introduce more characters and then have them all together? Become the Avengers.
I don't know. That's interesting to see. I hope it builds up to something like that. Skip says he's over Sorrentino and Nguyen's art.
I think I've seen
Really? Why? Why?
Nugen's his cover art, and it just gets the point. It's like who's the other guy? Nakamura or
I don't. I don't know.
yeah?
I'm not a huge Sorrentino fan. I know, but people freaking love Andre Sorrentino. I thought you were one of them. Um,
I
maybe
thought
I was
isn't it
maybe
Andrea?
Andre Sorrentino.
Andrea?
Andre. And he says he's really over Lemire's art. Well, I was never on Lemire's art, so I never liked it enough to be over it. I don't think Lemire's a
Holy,
good artist.
holy crap!
Um,
Captain Marvel actually looks hot on that cover for Judgment Day.
I like this cover for the Captain Marvel. I have no interest in the comic, but it's a cool cover.
I mean, if she's in the King of Black Sword, just kidding. Congratulations on issue 41, though. That's cool. You guys are going. Breaking records here. Hasn't been canceled yet or restarted.
Well, Skip, sorry to hear that. Um, I like Lemire, but he is hit or miss. I totally get it. Like
I
I
think Skip's trying to plug the new JSA book with
we
Mike
don't care about
Perkins.
new JSA book. Just
What?
kidding. I'm just kidding. I was just being contentious. Um, no, I was just
It's
thinking
better
about
than
Jeff
Geiger.
Lemire. How there's sometimes when he just writes something and I'm like, damn. Like his that independent story he did on Comixology. What was the one with the ice? Was it Snow Angels?
Oh, Angels, yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
Did you finish it all the way through?
Oh yeah.
I
Um,
want more.
that was a good. That was really good. The only bad thing about it was the Jock was the artist. I was like, man,
But no, it did work though with the Blizzards. Okay, I like that.
it
The main
worked.
problem was
It
the problem
worked.
is
I'm just saying he's
they
not
didn't,
my favorite. I
problem is they didn't finish the story.
They finished it. It's over.
Not a good ending.
Oh yeah, I thought
Okay,
it was a
I
great
need
ending.
more.
No, no more.
Yes, more.
No more.
Yeah, I need more. More, please.
It's over. The story's over. We don't beat a dead horse
I need.
like we're doing to the stream. We're beating this stream into a dead horse. Wait,
And who's in control of it? I am
you.
just a passenger
I
on
am
your
just
vehicle.
here to service you. Wait, that didn't come out right.
Phrasing. Gonna let it slide. This is an Herogasm stream.
I like Justin Nguyen's art quite a bit. Um, I'm not super big on the vampires book that they're doing right now. I feel like was it called Little Monsters? Are you reading that, Pinkman?
Never heard of it.
It's a new um, it's a new book.
Is it by Elvis?
No,
Little monsters, don't you do what your big monster do?
it's same guys that did one of my favorite books in recent times was Ascender, and I really grew to love this artist. But the interiors are just black and white. They're not doing the painted colors, and it just feels really, I don't know, like just hacked out cheap.
Oh, it's Neogen.
But it's an okay book. It feels really drawn out. I can understand
If it was drawn like it is on issue 5, that cover, that style, I'd read it.
issue 5. This
It's
like
right up
here.
there. No, go up.
This is issue 5.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Get out of there and go back up. Right there. On the far right. Right there.
Like
If
this.
that was interior art, I'd read it.
Uh, okay. Now the interior art looks like this.
Yeah. Fan of that.
Um, I mean, this is much more stylized for a cover. It's
That's low cast Peach Momoko.
oh no, Nguyen's better than Peach Momoko. Come on, come on. But I really like when he does the um the painted art or the painted coloring. Um, I'm not sure what technique it is. Like looks like watercolor. Um, but anyways, I guess everyone's got their different cups of tea. This is the art that you would read, right?
I mean, give me some Hobbs. That's what I want. Where is it? Or Callan Hobbs.
Jeez, Bill Watterson, like that's the guy's like a master.
Who
You're
does the cover
you're
for
not setting your expectations a little too high, are you?
Too High?
Yeah, like the
I feel
great one of the greatest cartoonists ever. It needs to look like the
like
greatest
Stevens.
cartoonist ever.
What Stevens art does. The main cover of that, whatever his Stevens guy name is for issue 5 right there. Like,
This doesn't look like Bill Watterson.
I don't care what Bitter Water said.
You just said Calvin and Hobbes.
I want it like Stevens was does. I want it to be cartoonish, the whole point of it. It looks silly.
All right, it's not a cartoony book though, so
That's a flaw of that. That'd be better.
you shouldn't even know what the book's about.
I'm just saying. Going off it'd be better, probably.
It's kind of a tragic book. It's about these kids that get
Oh
made into
no.
no. They get made into
It's
vampires because it's like the end of the
yeah.
world, and then their master vampire like leaves them, and so they've been like waiting in the city for their master to return, and it's been like 300 years. He still hasn't come back, and they're going freaking crazy because they don't age because they're kids, so they're just like stuck at
Wonder
whatever
why
age they were, but
wonder why he left then.
it's yeah, it's interesting. It's just slow paced. I feel like Jeff Lemire is just really milking the story, and it's like so much decompression. Look at this.
Will she win the Mary Sue?
Totally masculine woman. If prey was not enough for you, here we get bull dyke woman versus predator. Just
Why
what
you
the
gotta
doctor
why
order.
you gotta be female like that, making fun of her looks, bro?
What? I, I
She could
didn't.
totally she could totally love guys, and you're calling her a bull dyke.
She doesn't love guys.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
Don't assume things.
You're assuming your gender.
I don't assume anything.
You just did.
I'm fluid.
I'm solid.
That's gross.
All right. I
All
think
right.
it's time to let you go to sleep because you're tired.
Yes. Now I
I'll
have
just leave
nightmares.
this up here for everyone to drink in. This is the
I saw.
comic of the week.
I'd rather look at that. Kind of reminds me of the girl from Dragon Age at Inquisition. She worked for the. She worked
He's
for the.
all I know is she's about to manhandle that predator. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, it looks like a Ninja Turtle like a villain. It's like Battletoads went wrong.
What they say, man, white men can't jump, but white women. Look at that. That's what a 5 foot vertical leap right there at least in the
But don't worry about.
snow.
Don't worry about white men not be able to jump. They'll be able to jump in soon. I think it's next year or the year
Dude,
after that.
she
The reboots come out.
dude, the WNBA would be something if they had women like this. That's all I gotta say. I think Skip could watch for more than 2 minutes.
To be fair, they could be on a planet with very low gravity. She crash landed on this snowy planet. She's trying to get to her ship, so she, the outpost, but the predator's hunting her. She doesn't
I
know it.
also want to point out not only is she jumping like this in soft snow, but she's look at all that armor. She's probably got about 100 pounds of armor on.
Like I said, we don't know what the gravity is like. It's an alien planet.
How do we know it's an alien planet? Why is she on there if it's an alien
Why,
planet?
why don't you read the description? I just told it to you.
I don't read descriptions.
She crash lands on a tundra planet, and her odds of surviving are looking slim. Her only hope is to trek through the wilds to the nearest outpost. But the cold is the only thing that she has to worry about as a predator watches in the shadow, ready to strike.
First of all, okay, the whole I I I man,
All she had to do is carry a mace with her, and he would have left her alone.
I get so frustrated. This is why I don't read knock or like tie-in license stuff. This is why it bothered me about the whole Predator series after the first one. It's like everyone that writes Predator just does not understand lore. In the very, very first Predator movie, they tell us the whole reason it happens in South America is because the Predator, their native planetary conditions are hot and humid. And so it hunts in the Amazon because that's close to its native climate.
Maybe
The
he
whole
crash land too. We
the
don't know
whole
that.
reason Predator 2 it happened in LA, it happened during a heat wave. Remember? And then every Predator movie afterwards, especially the Aliens versus Predator, decided like, "Oh, we're going to put the Predator in snow." No, you've already established that this creature is a hot climate creature. It needs
If
it
that's the case, then if you're gonna have him on a snow planet, say he crash landed here too, and he's doing whatever he can to try because they both want to get the ship and get out of there.
See, there you are. You're already a better writer. You're already
Well, that's
you
probably the
could have
story.
wrote the story where and that's the reason why she's able to fight the predator because he's in a weakened condition being in the cold and like it really hinders him. And so even though she doesn't have the manly physique, she's biologically weaker than a male. So but she can now fight the predator because he's not in his home turf type thing. Like see, you could do so much, but I bet you this story doesn't do any of that.
She has an anti-gravity belt on. There you go. Stargirl.
she's, she's got a legion ring.
Yes. Who knows?
Skip makes a good point. He says that Lionel really draws harsh facial features.
She's just really pissed off. She just wants to go home. It's that time of the month.
I'm not a big fan of Lionel Yu's art. Here, let's look at someone else's rendering of
I,
the character.
I hate those swords though. Well, they basically have like crowbar ends, hooks. So when they cut into you, they just rip everything out.
So
Also, why is the predator?
this character looks like a guy.
Maybe it is a guy.
No, you already told me the description is a girl.
Yes, he identifies as a woman though. I don't know.
Theta Berwick.
That doesn't mean nothing, though. She identifies as a. They call her she. Maybe they're misgendering her.
Is she from another? This is Aliens versus Predator, but I don't see.
I don't know the ongoing.
This is Aliens versus Predator. I don't get it. This is the cover I would get, except I wouldn't. Look at this. Look at how much better that art is.
It's incentive, is it?
Um, Probably.
Erotica.
Yeah, 1 in
Yep.
25.
Yep. $12 book. Well,
All
that's
right,
fun to look.
we've had the England teen 45-minute goodbye going on for an hour now. So,
Yep.
RDV, I want to thank you for joining me. I don't know why I'm on Twitter there.
I don't know
Um,
either.
let's go back to new comics. Let everyone soak those in. Do you have any final things you want to say?
Yes. Uh, make bad decisions. Insert forest fires, and also whatever you do tomorrow, make sure that you do not go watch the Geeky Puppet Show. Reverse psychology. Uh, and also say your prayers and eat your vitamins.
All
All
right.
right.
I think those were all good things. Um,
If you'd like to support this channel, go to ko-fi.com/puppetine. Drop $1 in the bin.
Not this channel. That supports your channel.
I don't know that.
I have to say that because no one wants to support this channel. So, I'm trying to help you out.
Well,
But
no,
you
no.
guys that are in the chat here, if you're listening, thank you so much for being here. And this is just a hobby stream that I do that Venkman is so kind to do with me. I like talking about comics. Sometimes I'm really salty. I don't mean to make anyone feel down. I really like good comics. I don't find many. So, but the ones I do, I really like. And hopefully you've been enjoying the boys. Please join the Discord. Come talk with us about the books. Join us every Monday night. If you have any suggestions on things that you want to talk about or books to read, I love to hear those as well. So thank you. If you leave comments on the videos, I try to respond to just about every comment unless it's not something that warrants a response. But
Guys, click like, subscribe. You haven't done so. Hit the notification bell. Every comment helps notification. And just word of mouth. Share out this stream. If you hated what we said, well, you think we're wrong, tell us so in the comment section. If you think that what I said was correct and the Ash was wrong, do so in the comment section. If you think Ash was right, don't leave a comment.
All right. So I hope to see you guys again next week. Don't forget to join the puppets tomorrow at was it 7 Central?
7 or 8.
7 or
Top
8.
5.
Just add them. Subscribe to the channel. You'll get the notification. You'll know when it is. Top 5. Skip will be there or Zach will be there. You can't
One
tell
of
them
one of
apart anyway,
one of
so it doesn't
one of
matter.
yeah, one of the twins will be there.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
both.
probably won't be there, but no one will miss me. So appreciate you being here. And if you're not listening to me, then this isn't anything to listen to anyway. I will talk to you later.
Read good comic books. Or we'll find